Thumbs up.
Here we go.
He said wait.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. This is the March 3rd, 2026 Myrtle Beach City Council Workshop. We've got 4 items on the agenda, but it's going to take a while to get through those 4 items, I suspect. Thank you again for being here today. If you'll remember to silence your cell phones, that would be great. Before I jump into the agenda, Council, anything out of the ordinary before we start?
Mr. Mayor, at the end of the meeting, I've requested 2 executive sessions. One executive session is for evaluation process for the city manager and the city attorney. Second, and that will be for council only. Second executive session will be to get a legal briefing from both our city attorneys on the form of government for the city of Myrtle Beach.
To what? I'm sorry.
For the legal briefing on the form of government
Okay.
for the city of Myrtle Beach. Okay. All right, let's jump right in. We have Scott Talley here from the Talon Group to talk about our legislative priorities. The General Assembly is meeting in Columbia. Several of us were in Columbia last week for the Myrtle Beach Area Chamber of Commerce's Myrtle Beach Day. Saw lots of people there, both from here and from Columbia. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It's nice to be with you this morning, and I'll just echo the comments of the mayor. It was nice to have several folks from the area in Columbia last week. My partner, Catherine Richardson, and I were able to attend that event and introduce them to several folks that are obviously key for certain of the items we're tasked with at the state level. I appreciate the opportunity to work with you. We're looking forward to it. Catherine regrets that she could not be here this morning. There were subcommittee meetings starting in Columbia at 9 o'clock as well, and so she is already there attending to those meetings. I feel like we've hit the ground running beyond the event that the mayor mentioned last week. We both came and spent time with members of city staff to get up to speed on certain requests and projects that are going on in the city right now, both at present and then future planning as well, and how the state and federal government may play a role in that beyond what local government is going to do. And I mentioned the local government piece. You all know this, and this is something that we're always looking for. But as we go and advocate for a development project or for a need in a local community, that is one of the first things we're asked at both the state and federal level is what is the local input into this project. And so from what we've been gathering to date and what we've been told, you folks are well aware of that, and we're able to take that message with us to the leadership in Columbia as well as Washington. As far as where we are, time-wise, the House Ways and Means Committee will take up its first version of the budget very soon. I say first version. Many of you may be aware that in recent history, what has happened just based on the timing of the State Board of Economic Advisors issuing revenue forecasts for the state, the House, which is tasked by law with issuing the first state budget version each year, will issue a budget that deals with certain agency requests. We kind of call that the bare bones because they don't know what the revenue forecasts are when they do that first budget, which is what I'm referring to, will be taken up within the next week or so. The Senate, while it doesn't take up the full budget until it obviously comes over from the House, has begun holding subcommittee hearings specific to certain state agencies and other requests. Coupled with both those processes are what most concerns us, and that is local request. You may recall last year that process was paused late in the process. The process had been that certain members would make requests on behalf of local entities back home. Years ago, that was a competitive grants process. It sort of changed to a member request process. Last year, that was paused. Everything we are hearing to date is that some version of that will be back in play in the 2026 session. That remains to be seen, but we are preparing and acting as if that is going to be the case. I know there are several local projects that we've been briefed on that y'all are having discussions about now. Certain members of your delegation on both the House and Senate side have taken lead on certain of those projects. We stand ready, willing, and able to assist them at the direction of the council. And so that will be something that we're closely paying attention to over the next 2 months. The Senate version of the budget will contain its member request. The House second version of the budget is where we typically see the House member request. And then obviously, beyond session ending in May, that often gets into June, and then the gubernatorial vetoes that may or may not come from that prior to the fiscal year ending on June 30th. So that's a brief overview of where we are. I'm happy to take specific questions about anything that may be pending on the city's behalf in Columbia, projects, other issues. I had a chance to meet your police chief and members of your local law enforcement team and talk about some issues there. There's always things going on that's specific to detention facilities, and a robust conversation that's been going on for several years since the state passed a raise the age law that affects the Department of Juvenile Justice. There were 4 bills that were heard by a House subcommittee and are now moving forward that relate to juveniles, and detention is obviously a big part of that as the state struggles with a growing population and a sort of obscure, shall I say, or maybe out of date's a better word, funding formula for how that's done. There's obviously federal laws that play into that as well. So there's a lot of things that we're monitoring right now on behalf of the city.
Senator, I think, we're starting you at a tough spot here, kind of late in the game. I think we as a body, though, need to be clear that what our primary capital expense projects and requests from the state legislature would be. And again, I don't know that we have discussed in depth. There are a couple of projects bubbling to the surface, but one for sure is the public safety aspect, our fire station endeavor on Grissom. But we want you to leave with a clear understanding where the consensus of this body is with our major requests. And I know you are an advocate of, or your colleagues would be an advocate, your former colleagues would be an advocate of local infusion to help along these projects. In other words, we don't come with an empty pitcher.
Right.
And I think that will help you and your colleagues as you advance our goals. But again, we need to be clear what exactly we're asking for and have those conversations and make sure you leave with that agenda set.
Thank you.
So there's no
Yeah.
confusion.
Much appreciated and understood. And if I may just press on that a little bit farther, the local component is almost mandatory, right? Because obviously we're a growing state. There are requests from across the state on a variety of things. I think after last year, in particular, certain nonprofit requests will be met with more resistance than they were in years past. But when it's a project that impacts a local community, be it a city, be it a county, be it economic development, the state is basically saying, you have to tell us what is happening at the local level. Is that just from local government? Is it a public-private partnership? For lack of a better way of saying it, the state is not going to fully fund anybody's project. It's just not going to happen.
And Senator, our concern also is that we have a two-tiered tourism economy. That upper tier, the $600 or $700 room night folks that may go to Charleston is a different clientele from which we deal. The middle income tourist, if you will. And again, we are concerned about the overall economic environment that the country now has. So just bear that in mind when you carry our interests north, that we cater to working folks, and many of whom your former colleagues represent.
Yes,
so,
sir. Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Council?
I don't have anything this time.
We sent to you last night a draft letter
Yes, sir.
requesting state support for the new fire station number 1 in the amount of up to $26 million, recognizing that's about 75% of the total cost for that new fire station. That, in our conversations in Columbia as well, with the crowd that went to Columbia, was a request that you thought would best go to the Senate at this point.
Correct.
What do you think the chances are on that?
I think they're good. I thought they were all good at this time last year, and then the first week of May happened. So as I said earlier, we don't have any signs yet that that may come again, but when I leave here, I'm headed to Columbia, and that is one of the projects that we'll be meeting with certain members of your local Senate delegation on today.
I have copies of that letter for you here. I forgot to
I
hand
was
them to you.
told not to forget.
So, are there other projects that we need to be considering?
Well, the other thing, and Councilman Render mentioned, tourism. Obviously, there's a bill that deals with the tourism development fee that's in the House right now. It has not been set for a hearing yet. It's filed by House Member Chairman from down in the Bluffton part of the state. And so that's something that we're keeping our eye on. But yeah, there's been a lot of movement of late on tax bills in the Senate, both property and income tax. Obviously, those are both now going back to the House. That obviously will, potentially impact local government revenue to some degree, depending on what happens, particularly with that property tax bill. So we're monitoring all of those. There's a lot going on right now. In the midst of the session, a lot of stuff starts to fly from one chamber to the other. So nothing is yet to a final stage, but there is a lot that we're monitoring for y'all. And if there's anything in particular, like I mentioned, the conversation I had this morning in regards to the detention center, things of that nature, please put them on our radar. Each week, and I'm happy to pass this along, each week we subscribe to a service as a firm that basically tells us where subcommittees are, what bills are coming up. We get a summary at the end of each day. And so it really helps us be in more than one place at one time by having that resource at our disposal. And so that helps a lot, and we monitor that. And I'm happy to pass that along for y'all's consideration on the bills that are of importance to the city.
Regarding the tourism development fee and the request from Representative Bill Kirksman, a few of us, have a conversation that starts tomorrow with the Myrtle Beach Area Chamber of Commerce about our tourism development fee, so that it may or may not come to pass in this year's General Assembly. Correct. There's another issue. Representative Britton has made a request now for a couple of years for a project east of Kings Highway, just east of Chapin Memorial Library, which would be an apartment complex, 25% of which units would be reserved for workforce housing, police, fire, nurses, teachers, those occupations. That request includes $25 million for the city to provide a public parking garage that would complement that project. The parking garage would serve both the apartment complex and the public on land that is currently owned by the developer at this point. It also includes a request for a police substation. That was part of the request. We may decide at some point that that is or is not the perfect location for that, or that there may be another use for it, as well as some improvements to Chapin Park, I believe. And that's a request that Case Britton is pressing, if you will, in Columbia.
I would like, Mayor, I'd like for us to see that project presented here before we endorse that project.
100%.
Yeah, we can do that.
And to reiterate, Senator, I would think from our conversations, you would glean that the fire station is probably our number one large capital ask.
Understood. I am aware of this project. I think that was something that Representative Britton was well on the path of before we directly engaged with the city this year. But I have spoken with him about that, and he has made that request. All indications are continues to intend to pursue that full funding in this budget year if possible. But yes, I certainly welcome the feedback.
I think I've got a file on that. I'm happy to share that with you or present it here. Have
I'd like
Representative
for somebody
Britton.
to come
Yeah,
and
I would
present
like
it to us if we're
I would like
asking for
Representative
money.
Britton to come present that
We'll
to
make
us
that
at his
request,
leisure.
absolutely.
The developer.
I don't know that we, as a body, have the ability to tell Representative Britton what he can't do in Columbia at the end of the day.
But we as a body can determine whether we want to do
Sure.
something or not.
Yes.
One of the notes I made, I just offer this up for the council for your discussion, specific to that project and potentially others. If we can help, I know you all have relationships with members of your local delegation, but one of our role is to facilitate conversation. so that we're all on the same page and they know what the city's asking for and we know, kind of both sides of that story. So we have those meetings with those folks in Columbia or events like last week that took place. But if we can help with any member of your delegation, facilitate a conversation, technology helps a lot. I used to know that when I got in the car going from Spartanburg to Columbia on Tuesday morning at 8:30 to 10, everybody in the state knew that I was on the road for that hour and a half, and so that was usually spent on the telephone going and coming. So there are opportunities to engage those folks, and we're happy to try to facilitate those conversations to the degree y'all want us to.
And Scott, from our end, just be aware that we engage our constituents with regular community meetings, 2 of which I attended last week. So our ears to the wind too. So, but we really appreciate you in the game for us.
Glad to do it.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate your referring to my previous title. I much prefer the word former in front of that now. It's a lot more fun on this side now than it was back then, but I did enjoy my service, and I appreciate you as well.
Your reputation certainly preceded you, and
Thank you.
we appreciate you being on the team.
Glad to be on the team.
There was,
Have an agenda that you said might take some time. I'm happy to take all the questions you have, but I don't want to stand in the next presenter's way.
last question I have, unless somebody else has something. There was early talk about the South Carolina Department of Transportation trying to divest itself of some state-owned roads. Where is that at the moment?
I think it's on pause for now as far as a conversation that's going to get much attention. Obviously, there's a lot going on with the Department of Transportation related to road funding this year based on what the governor had put out in his executive budget and the two bodies versions right now. So,
Anybody else?
I just have one observation for you. I'm not sure if you're familiar. There's a bill in the House, 5204, which is dealing with HOAs. And I think the attempt is to do something useful. I reviewed that over the weekend, and I can tell you, having served on an HOA and a POA a long time ago,
bless you.
that if a lot of those things they want to do are implemented, it would put a burden of cost on the residents that they just couldn't bear. I mean, they're asking for things, creating basically new industries that would then the HOAs would have to participate with, would have to fund. So I just want to bring that to your attention. It could be very costly to every HOA and POA in the city limits of Myrtle Beach.
I will certainly take a look at that. I'm not aware of that bill. There was a bill, as you're probably very familiar with, you may have to help me on the timeline, but probably 4 or 5 years ago, that was sort of a HOA reform bill as
Right.
far as recording of documents and public notice requirements, et cetera. And at least from feedback I've gotten, that still seems to be a bit cumbersome as people work through what the mechanics of that actually require. So my initial thought is something on top of that right now is probably not going to get too far. I can tell by the number it was recently filed. And so I'll take a look at that and see if it's going to get any movement.
Just so it stays on your radar.
Yes, sir.
And curiously, do you know whether Santee Cooper is involved with the regeneration of the modular effort at Jenkinsville with the nuclear power?
They are part of that conversation. One of the calls I had coming here today is around this whole energy data center conversation. That's one of the meetings going on at 9 o'clock right now. And so I think there are a couple bills dealing with those issues pending. The Senate's got a lot more focus on that right now. But that is one thing that we're going to have to watch to see how it comes out.
Well, it seems in the past, they had a $4.5 billion stake in it that now we as ratepayers are weathering. And we're a rather large commercial consumer of Santee Cooper, so anything along the energy generation, power grid type issues, it affects us more indirectly, but it affects our pocketbooks of our constituents, so if you would be mindful of that.
Yes, sir.
I believe Santee Cooper is coming to council on the 10th, Fox. So Santee Cooper's CEO maybe will be here to talk about several of the issues that are pending in front of the utility at this stage.
Right.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you
We
for your
appreciate
time.
this. There's a
The
copy of that
opportunity.
fire station letter for you.
Feel like I'm in court. May I approach?
Yes, you may. I would sail it across like a Frisbee, but it wouldn't work. So, thanks, Scott, very much. So,
I think we was in a courtroom.
up next, the zoning code rewrite update. Kimley Horn, who's presenting that for us?
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. For the record, Kelly Klepper with Kimley Horn.
I'm sorry, say your name again?
Kelly Klepper.
Hey, Kelly.
I will say congratulations to some new faces that weren't here the last time I was here, present an update. Some old faces, so some of this, especially the first little portions of this, may be a little repetitive, but what we wanted to do is bring everybody up to speed, kind of understand where we are on a couple of things, then also start to engage with some of the feedback and understanding, and also look for the foreheads. Start off by saying, we've been working closely with staff since the inception of this project. We undertook an assessment at the very earliest stages, based off of our professional opinions, looking at with a number of our subject matter experts, whether they were land use planners, engineers, landscape architects, transportation engineers. So a very holistic look at Appendix A. This is your current zoning code. For those of you who were here with me the last time, I'm big on props. I'm also big on bad dad jokes, so I will try to refrain from some of those as well. But, for those of you who weren't here when we started this, it's like when you go to the doctor for your annual physical. They listen to your heart, listen to your lungs, they look at your blood pressure, they look at your triglycerides, they look at all that stuff, and they say, here's what's going on. Now, here's what we can do to fix it. And it's up to you at that point. So that's part of that initial assessment. And then from that, we start to dive into the specifics. Now, when we start looking at a code of this nature, and I will tell you, I've been doing this for over 34 years. I write zoning codes all across the Southeast. Before coming to Kimley Horn, I was Ken's counterpart in a little place called Georgetown, Scott County, Kentucky. Bad dad joke number 2, if you see a Toyota Camry on the road, it's built in Georgetown. So it came up through the public sector ranks. Have been writing and looking at codes, like I said again, for over 34 years, which is kind of scary because I know some of your staff weren't even alive when I first started in my career. That was not aimed at Cam.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Identity test, who was the coach at Georgetown, Scott County High School?
Start with a B.
Billy Hicks, you're right.
Yeah, Hicks.
Just testing you.
Phil.
Man, that's scary.
Was a good man.
He was. Anybody that can dominate like he did in a community like that and all across the state, tremendous.
Winningest coach in Kentucky history.
Yeah. Yes. We had a couple of those. Georgetown College had another one as well. Mm-hmm. He moved on, but so want to kind of go through a couple of things, and please feel free, if it's okay, Mayor, for you all to ask questions along the way instead of waiting to the end. We've got some core topics that we'll talk through. Hopefully some of my team are back home or watching some of this, or they're taking notes. If not, I'm going to be relying on Taisha and Kelly and the rest of the team over there, just to make sure I don't miss anything. What we're going to do today is kind of talk through a couple of things. One is, again, kind of an overview of what we're doing, how we're doing it, and also what we've been working on for the past several months. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the standards that we've identified, where we're going with some of the direction of these items, and also to illustrate some of the core graphics and components that we will be using as we're developing the rest of these items. One of the goals, or what are the goals, I should say? Modernize the code. When we started looking at the code, we started realizing that it was here, there, and everywhere. You had to look in one portion of the code, but then you also had to go to a different section and also a third section in some cases. Some of that information was duplicative, some of it was repetitive, some of it was conflicting. That is not a knock on staff by any means. Staff's got an extremely busy job. They have a lot of things on their plate. Doing codes is not something that you can just take, do, and do. What happens a lot of times, it's the flavor of the day. Something comes up and there's going to be a component, we'll say, of like outdoor advertising signs. You will focus in on that, but you won't necessarily look at some of the other components that may come about as part of that. So that's the reason, kind of looking at this code has been band-aided over time. So looking at the modernization of the structure, and I'll give you an example of that in just a second. Best planning and engineering and land use practices, development processes. Now I know this is going to be an item we want to definitely talk through. Consistent graphics. The graphics that you currently have in your code are, some of them are hand-drawn, some of them are, we're not sure where they were created or how they were created, and some of them, in all honesty, I was confused on how to even implement it. Looking at the use tables and the zoning districts, and then I loved hearing that last little bit of discussion, especially as consistency with the state legislature. The folks up in Columbia love to make changes. I know there's a couple of bills going through that may impact what we do here as a city, but legislatures are doing their thing, they're talking, so we have to make sure we are being compliant with those standards as they come through. This is your existing code, chapters that you have under Appendix A. You have 19 chapters that lay out a couple of different things. There's certain items that we looked at and we said, we can consolidate some of this, especially when we start looking at what are the general provisions or administration and amendments and certain things and processes and procedures. We started saying, okay, why do you have certain things called out specifically? We'll say, like for the Board of Zoning Appeals, there's processes and procedures that you can undertake and group under one chapter and just call it what it is. When you start looking at Chapter 13, that's the catch-all. Seems like anything and everything that you need to figure out where you want to put it goes under Chapter 13, the supplemental provisions. But then you can start to see, when we look at codes, we're trying to create something that's a little bit more of a synergy. Look at what goes with what. It's kind of like reading a book. So when you start thinking about that, 3 main chapters. Now, we're not saying we're going from 19 down to 3. You have 17 sections as part of that, but let's put administrative components where they belong, right up in the very beginning. The who, the what, the why, and the how. Very simple and easy. Chapter 2, also getting into the zoning districts and some of that as far as the new zoning districts, the standards that goes with that, also some of the things with respect to nonconformities. And then Chapter 3 are our proposed design and development standards, so everything that you would basically see built on the ground, signage, landscaping, and buffering, parking, lighting, some of those components, as well as design standards on the look and the feel of buildings and uses around the city. But one of the things that we started to look at as part of this assessment was, you've got some good zoning districts, but you have a lot. You have a lot of zoning districts across the city. And we said, okay, let's start acting like and asking some of these questions. Here's bad dad joke number 3 or 4, I think I'm up to. Who here has 5-year-old niece, nephew, or grandkid? What do they ask you?
Why?
Why? We do this, and it drives the teams crazy. How many times will they ask you why? Probably about 5. But so we start saying, okay, why do you have so many districts? Well, because this is this. So why is that? So I usually end up going, why, how? How do we fix it at the end of the day? So what we did is we did an assessment of looking at the districts, and what we started to identify, not only do you have a significant number of districts, but a lot of these districts had very similar standards. They were just very minute changes. So we said, is there really enough difference to cause or create an independent or separate district based off of this? Then we also looked at the number of properties that each of these was zoned. If we saw a very low number or very low area, it was why and why not? Why not consolidate or combine, especially if they were kind of dispersed or distributed around the city? Could they not be better grouped together with like types of districts? And then this also provides, based off of some of the discussions we've had with staff, support for some of those higher level goals and objectives and part of the vision from the comprehensive plan and the land use plan. I know that's an item that the city is undertaking as we speak. We're not saying, hey, we're going to do this as part of this, but we're working collaboratively so that as we're looking through some of the higher level goals that are coming from that discussion, can we best implement those through a code provision? Again, visions are visions, and visions are great. They're not going to basically say, well, we need to reduce parking across the city by 25% as part of a comprehensive plan. But when we start hearing certain things with respect to parking or buffers, then we know we can start to look at how and what from a code perspective. So what you see here, like I said, on the left are your existing zoning districts. The ones on the right, these are proposed, and you'll see that there is some consolidation of districts as we speak. And then when you start looking at this next page, I don't want you thinking that the airport district goes away. It's like if you see a blank, that's just, there is no change in the terminology. So if there was a change in the terminology going to, in this case, a two-letter identifier or something else, we went ahead and carried it over at the end of the day. The use table basically says, here's all your districts and here's where you can do certain things. Now, interestingly enough, when we looked at residential uses, we saw horse farms. Like, why is a horse farm under residential? And then also looking at cabanas. Cabanas are non-habitable structures that are, forward or closest to the beach. It's not residential. Those are the little nuances that we started to see. So we also started to look at, and I know it's a little difficult to see, but kind of getting back into those use groups of residential with residential, recreation with recreation, commercial with commercial, industrial with industrial, and also start to put better definitions that go into this component. When you look at that second column, the code sections, those take you to specific portions of the proposed code that say, this is how we are defining it. These are the examples. These are the accessory types of things that are typically associated with it. So all of that information as it relates to, we'll say, multifamily dwelling would all be contained within that subsection of the code. So very clearly identifying, delineating, and defining what is multifamily at that point, and also if there are accessory types of things that are generally accepted practice as part of this, or if there are additional considerations where we have certain components. What we see a lot of times when we start to do some of this is that we'll say, for example, convenience stores with the gas stations and/or car wash. Sometimes they will be silent as to the placement of the car wash. Sometimes they won't. Sometimes they'll say it's got to go through a special use or something along those lines. What we've identified is, most of the gas stations and convenience stores we see, of course, are going to want to have some form of a car wash. Let's go ahead and identify if you're going to have that. It cannot be located adjacent to the residential, It can't be located in certain areas. So you start to go ahead and create those defined standards that staff can say, and more importantly, the city can say, this is what we want, this is how we want it, versus, well, we think. Or, I'm not sure if that makes sense at that location. So trying to come up with some of those clear, defensible standards and components that we see on a regular basis. Just think, if you were a single-family house next to a gas station, do you want to listen to the car wash? Do you want to listen to the air handlers and the vacuum cleaners? No. So that's, if there are certain instances where those can't be mitigated, then you start looking at additional components as far as additional setbacks or other components. And all of that is built into the districts themselves. This is a little new and novel idea that we've kind of been talking about and looking at with the proposed downtown overlay. This would actually kind of align very much closely to where we are geographically here in what we've kind of generally referenced as the 5 Points area. Because when you look at some of the roadway networks, there's 5 roads that all kind of come together, and there's a general definition that goes with that. So coming up with a downtown overlay, and then as part of that, additional architectural standards, whether it's from a view corridor, the building frontage, heights, and this is something we definitely want to be continue to talk through, whether it's CRC, CAB, or who, it's probably going to be CAB at the end of the day, but who's going to have review authority over the implementation and enforcement of the design standards. So keeping in mind, what we're talking about are certain things like the buildings being closer to the road. So thinking about like Main Street, that type of development, emulating that to where, 2, 3 stories by right. If you want to do certain things, then there's additional items that you have to do. But also more importantly, thank you. my bag. But also starting to look at, if we are going, certain things by right, certain things that we're okay with, but there's got to be a trade-off. What is that community benefit at the end of the day? And that kind of goes along the same lines of some of the things that we're looking along the oceanfront areas with heights and setbacks, components like that, public benefit, whether it's public parking or some other components. That way, the city's getting things that they want. At the same time, it's not just here's your box, go build, and we all go, okay, now what? So look at those by right standards. If you want to go higher, there's incentives. You have to provide that community benefit back. I'm going to take a pause there, so one, I can get a drink, two, see if there's any questions.
So when you were compiling your data and everything, so you only talk with staff, basically? That's where the input has come from?
We've been working with staff. We've talked with a couple of individuals around the city. We've talked with different departments. So it's primarily been staff at this point. We've also looked at the feedback we've seen coming from other groups as far as like through the comprehensive plan or through the design boards. We've also listened in on the CAB and some of the other components as well.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking is because I know there's a lot of resources on our committees that we have, CAB, planning, BZA, and everything, that a lot of our ordinances are so antiquated that have not fit the box for a long time. And we've been working through those things, these boards are having a problem trying to approve things or work through things because things are so antiquated. And so I think it's really important for us to talk to our board heads, also other people that are sitting on these boards, to kind of see, what do you think is the biggest problem that we have? Why do you think things are not progressing with development as far as like commercial or something like that? What do you think is the biggest hurdles that we need to look at and change? I think that's incredibly important.
I think they could give us some great insight,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Both planning, zoning, and CAB.
Yeah, we actually will be doing the same presentation to planning and zoning this afternoon. I want to make sure that you all understand a couple of things. When we approach this, of course, you all are the decision makers. You're going to be the ones adopting, approving, or recommending whatever at the end of the day. We want to make sure we're paying, proper attention and what's due to this group, so that, like you're saying, going back to the CAB, the planning and zoning, we actually will be meeting with them. We're going to be rolling out fairly large chunks for them to start to digest and also to weigh in on as well before we kind of go, hey, here it is, and walk away. I will tell you the other thing that we have done is we've been going through a lot of the old records as far as decisions, interpretations from those boards. We've looked at and watched a number of those online as far as the different meetings, so that we can also get a feel and flavor of exactly those agendas, what's being discussed and how it's being discussed. So we have been doing that as part of this process as well. So we've not been working in a vacuum. But point taken, absolutely.
To their points, the Planning Commission will review this and make recommendations to City Council. They do a large part of the heavy lifting. This is the final decision, but the Planning Commission input is vital to making sure that this works for the community.
Absolutely.
Myrtle Beach is unique. We're not a normal town. One of the challenging things for City Council and all the boards and commissions is balancing the needs of our residential community and the needs of our business community. We have 10,000 business licensees, 2,500 brick and mortar businesses, and in many cases, they are immediately adjacent to residential areas. In the Market Common, for example, they coexist, they commingle specifically in the Market Common. So taking that into account as well. Two things quickly, and we'll go back to it. You mentioned one of the questions was who has review authority. Where do you come down on that at this point?
We actually have a slide on that towards the end of this
Okay.
discussion, so if we can put a pin in that.
That's fine, that's fine.
Absolutely.
And then you've called it 5 points. I know that's sort of a colloquial term. I honestly can't figure out the 5 roads that actually would intersect. Other places have a 5 points. What if we call that Midtown instead of 5 points? Any thoughts on that? Just keep that in mind. Maybe Midtown used to be the center part of the city. Just a random thought.
We are not wed to any of these terms by any means. So if you saw Ocean View and you're like, yeah, that's great, I can't see the ocean from there, call it something else. It's easy peasy. There's the technical term. Mayor, I'm going to kind of talk 2 things on that. When we worked with the city of Greer, South Carolina, redoing their Unified Development Ordinance, they had their downtown area. They called it, like everybody else, the Central Business District. Real boring. So one, we always joked is like CBD. That's great. That's a good acronym. Okay. But where was Greer founded? What was the original settlement name? So the downtown zoning district is actually called Greer Station. So there's no rhyme or reason or thou shall do X. You can call these districts anything you want to. So if it's Midtown or whatever, or King's, the King's Commercial Corridor, assign place names. We can get creative. We can have fun with this. And it starts to help also with just, I'll say, generally kind of starting to identify where some of these areas are. So, any other questions before I go into the couple next slides? Ready? Big topic when we know this is an issue. And Mayor, I'm definitely going to echo what you said, is Myrtle Beach is a unique place. I started coming here when I was a junior in junior high with the old amusement park, which was so much fun. The original Corkscrew when it was here, Mother Fletcher's. I wish I still had a couple of my yellow shirts, but I don't. I have played more golf rounds here than I care to count. I have lost a lot more golf balls here than I care to count. But, Myrtle Beach is Myrtle Beach. It's not Murrells Inlet. It's not Charleston. It's not any of these other, it is Myrtle Beach for a reason. And that's, you've got a tourist economy. You've got economic development going on with an international airport and the businesses that you have here in the industrial parks. You've got a growing residential segment that is not just tourist-based. You've got a resident population that's continuing to grow. You've got the needs of younger generation as well as the older retirees. So you've got to make sure when you're balancing these types of code components that you've got to make sure you're getting it right and you're going to try to maximize across the board. So that's the reason you see some of the standards, the way we're proposing those and enhancements to the code itself. What's one of the biggest things that you see just driving around, or if you're coming into the community, what's one of those items that you're always looking at? Besides the beachfront condos and hotels. The trees and the signs. So let's focus in on the trees for a moment. Currently, that is in section 903, especially when we start getting into some of the tree protection measures. Just for continuity, we're going to propose to retain everything under Article 9, but starting to look at what are some of those open space requirements for new development. That's active and passive recreation components. A very big item, of course, is what's going into the landscape plans, what's required, who has to prepare some of that information. Tree protection and replacement. I know watching several council meetings here, that's a big item, and it needs to be for a couple of reasons. As part of this, we also get into what we call our vehicle use area or our parking lot design standards, including the trees and the bushes and things that go along with that. Plus our buffers between different types of uses, screening of certain types of things, and then more importantly, a plant list. Sounds kind of small item, but the right tree in the right setting can be great. The wrong tree in the wrong setting will die and it's detrimental. So understanding that the soils and the drainage and things of that nature. One of my partners, Andrew Todd Burke, who's a landscape architect and arborist, has been working closely with us as well as staff to come up with the list of trees that are, more importantly, native, Because there's trees that we've planted or proposed as part of Greer or Sumter, they're not going to survive here. Trees that are in Charleston aren't going to survive here because there's a different soil composition. But understanding those trees can either be street trees versus a parking lot versus a buffer versus other things. You don't want to have a certain type of oak as a street tree because of the root system. If you are going to do certain things, then you need to start looking at tree wells and some of those tree protection components so that you don't have the sidewalks buckling, so that you don't have the roots coming up through the parking lot itself. So understanding what is that plant list, whether it's a large canopy tree, an understory tree, a shrub, and where can you place those in certain settings.
Did you do the same thing for plants?
Yes, ma'am.
I know we have a lot of native plants and it's hard to find them.
Yeah, so we actually have identified, it's just for reference only, but we are finalizing a table very much similar to this that actually identifies, like I said, all of those components. So we call them the shrubs or the understory, so that it's very clear on what and why. And also looking at, is it native? So that is a key component.
So these aren't real suggestions on the tree
These are
list?
not real suggestions. Don't worry, because I know something, we did this the first time and somebody goes, you're proposing that? It's like, no. This is somebody else's. This just shows you what it looks like. We're, like I said, refining that as we speak. As far as tree protection and replacement, I know that is a big item. You know, you do have certain standards within your code right now that prevents the clear cutting, but it's hit or miss, and some of that is just be honest with you, it's not well written. And also with some of the other components, you know, tree mitigation and replacement's not overly clear how you do it. So what happens a lot of times in your community, I mean, this is not unique to Myrtle Beach. We lose a tree and it gets replanted or replaced with about 3 2-inch caliper trees. And it's like, oh, there's the equivalent. We've actually provided additional standards that talk about if we do permit the removal of certain types of trees, whether it is a landmark or a protected tree as we define it, certain sizes, then there are certain things that have to occur, including minimum size for replant, minimum replacement size, minimum as far as like if you remove this type of tree, then you're coming back at a 1.5 to 1 replacement ratio. Some places will go, it's a little draconian, but at the same time, you know, we're trying to retain and preserve the existing trees. Why? They're here, they're established, they've weathered a number of hurricanes. You don't have to, you know, do a lot to maintain those trees. New trees, you know, you're probably a year, 2 to 3 years of maintaining and all of that to get them established. And unfortunately, we end up losing a lot of those from time to time. Right now, you currently have a table that identifies a number of different trees, tree sizes. It's all across the board. We're proposing and we'll be working closely again with staff and also with others in this community as far as how we best define what is a landmark tree. Generally speaking, it's a certain type of tree, generally 24 inches or greater at the DBH. We're also looking at protected trees, and depending on the tree, generally looking at about 8 inches DBH plus or minus. Again, this is specific to this is not all trees. This does not protect the invasives. It does not protect some things that people go, hey, that's a certain type of pine. It's like, that's junk. That's the planner looking at some of these trees. But clearly identifying what is that list and those types of trees. And then also, how can we best incentivize, require, and put into place tree preservation areas on properties? Now, if you've got a 1/4 acre site and you've got we'll say a landmark tree right in the middle of it, we're not saying that you can't develop that lot. We're just saying kind of goes back to the 5 whys. You know, why, how? Okay, continue. You can. You know, we're not going to be putting in a regulation that causes the city to have to cut a check to somebody for a takings at this point, which I know the city attorney is definitely appreciative of. But at the end of the day, you know, we realize trees may have to come down. let's try to make sure that we're getting a certain percent of that property saved as part of this component as far as the trees are concerned, with the list of trees that we have, and clearly identifying where some of those areas are. It can be a little interesting sometimes, especially when you start to define those areas. But, looking at what's the minimum standard? It can't just be one tree and we draw the circle around that and it's like, oh, there's your, 10 or 25%. Looking at groupings of trees that are 5 or more trees, so you're actually getting a significant or established tree area versus individual kind of potmark and distributed trees around the community. I know that was, we've right now you don't have a percentage as far as tree save on a lot. We've worked with communities, and this is purely the component where beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Is it 10%? Is it 25%? What's the industry standard? I will tell you, it's a community request. Greer has 10%. Sumter has a different. Greenville, South Carolina has a different. Lexington has something different. A lot of communities kind of range between that 10 and 25% as far as the tree save areas or and some of those mitigation requirements as well. I want to stop here again, Mayor, because I know this was a big topic, and then we're going to get into some a little bit less, I'm going to call it less important before we get into signage and the processes.
Where are you coming down on the percentage of trees saved on a lot, and would it vary by lot size?
Right now, we've kind of identified as an initial look, and we're looking at a couple of parcels, is case about 25%. Again, we did something similar, like I said, with Greer, and Greer said because of X, Y, and Z, we're comfortable with 10. So, would we say more than 25%? No. Would we say less than 10%? Absolutely not. So that's, the initial kind of pass we are at this point is at 25, realizing that we probably may be looking at an alternative standard.
20, 25%, how would that have changed some of the developments that we've seen where all of the trees have vanished? And you've looked at those sites, I assume.
I've had a couple of different tours with staff going around looking at different projects. I have looked at a number of properties before and after. Google Earth is a great tool. The one thing I have not been able to kind of discern is in some of those cases is it an invasive species? Is it a non-desired species of tree that may have been clear cut? Or was it something that we want to try to protect? That's the big difference, and I've not been able to kind of dig into all the way.
That's a good non-answer. The sites that have been clear-cut are many acres in some cases. This proposal, regardless of what the percentage is at the end of the day, would have preserved some trees on those sites.
Yes. That is the assumption. Also, I work with a number of private developers as well. It's a lot easier to clear cut and start with the trees that are this big. They can get creative. If you look at certain large scale developments, as far as we'll say some of the big box, you may see store number or pattern number or whatever else, and there's 3 digits. They've got that many different variations of plans a lot of times. Not saying that you go to that level of going, you can't, but also have you looked at? And again, property values have been shown to be increased with the retention of existing trees. Neighbors love the existing trees versus the small plants. So again, if we can start to either require and or incentivize, let's say, for example, 10% minimum, if you go up to 25, here's the trade-off that you get at that point. Those are kinds of things that we talk about when you hear me say community benefits.
So the 20, oh,
Go ahead.
excuse me.
You're fine.
The 25%, are you saying that would be for mitigation, or would that be or whatever percentage it is, a percentage that we would require for open space and tree? Because it might be that lumber is that it's clear-cut, evasive trees, but we want them to plant indigenous trees.
So if it's the non-native, the invasives, that does not count towards the 25% or the 10%.
Right.
So those need to come out regardless. So yeah, we're trying to focus in on those trees that we really want to preserve in the community.
Yeah, I think it's hard for people to understand the difference. Yeah.
But on a 20-acre lot, 4 acres, is that right? 5 acres? 5 acres.
5 acres.
5 acres would be left in its natural state?
In the natural state, it could be distributed in different pockets, design around that. It could be, if it's all in one large section, you know, we're not going to say, oh, you got to preserve this instead of just having that. But it would be, you know, yet when you put it in those kind of terms, Mayor, 20 acres is 5 acres. Doesn't sound like a lot.
Actually, it does sound like a lot, but I think that's a good thing.
Here's where Cam and I love Cam for this reason. One of the best planning books out there and historical books that actually talks about great planning, the Lorax. Sorry, Cam. If you've not read that book in a while,
I gotta go back to it.
go back to it. Watch the original 30-minute, not the 2-hour movie. The 2-hour movie was abomination. Read the book. Read it from the context of not Dr. Seuss and having a good time with your kids or grandkids. Read it from the context of land use planning.
Okay. 2 quick questions.
Yes, sir.
When we're talking about preserving certain coverages, is buffering part of the discussion?
Buffering is part of the discussion as well. So if we've got trees that are fronting Grissom Parkway, then if that's part of the requirement, where we would normally have a buffer, that would also count towards your preservation as well. So you can double dip in those instances.
Do we have a buffering requirement in the current code?
Fairly small. We're proposing to implement something a little bit better. And I have a slide on that as well. Well, you saw some of the graphics that we were talking about with how do we better design our buffers. If somebody's going to provide a wall or a fence, where should that go? Shouldn't go out adjacent to the right-of-way and all the trees are behind the wall. The wall should be closest to the houses or whatever else. The tree should actually be facing the public edge.
I have one more question and then one more. Which body will be the determinant of whether or not the requirements are met? And can that be something that is standardized and made more objective than subjective?
Yes, sir. I'll go to the second part, yes. Depending on the process, where we land on some of this, whether it's legislative or part of a quasi-judicial process, if it's part of a rezone and we've identified that at that point, of course, then that's got to come to this body. If it's legislative, then, it can stop at, P&Z. But we would really like to be able to get to an administrative layer, especially on some of these site plans, to where staff has the ability to do this.
That was the intent of the question. The Community Appearance Board currently has some oversight. It is our tree board at the end of the day, too. It has oversight over building placement, landscaping, those sorts of things. Will this be clear enough that it will take out much of the subjectivity and say, look, there's not 25% or 20%, whatever the end number is, and you must have 20%?
Whatever that number is, it will be clear in my mind. It will be clear in staff's mind. It will have to be clear in this body's mind.
Okay. Last thing, we've got a list of indigenous trees already. Right? Have you looked at that list? Is that a good list? Are you proposing to add to that?
We're proposing to add.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We ready? A little bit less sexy, I'll call it. There's the technical term. Standards of measurement, how we define, how we measure certain things, whether it's building height, setbacks, being very clear in the use of the graphics. So this is one of the graphics that we've actually identified. So if somebody from the public is coming in and we start talking about floor area ratios or building coverage, for the non-technical person, their eyes will glaze over. So if you give them and provide things of this nature where there's actually a graphic that says this is what this is how it's defined, and you show them this, those are the types of things that we're embedding into the standards of measurement. Everything again from density and intensity to building frontage, setbacks, lot coverage, lot types, as well as what are some of the potential allowances for encroachments. Again, so creating a uniform standard, clear definitions with graphics that goes along with it so that not only staff, but also this body as well as the public can understand this is how we measure intensity in the city of Myrtle Beach. Just to kind of give you an example, as far as how we measure height by stories or by total height, looking at, wherever we are landing from a base floor elevation and going up to certain standards, but being very clear in the code itself, not only within the districts, what is the maximum height for buildings within that, but again, kind of coming back to this section which says, but this is how we measure a story generally, or here's how we measure height and where we measure it from. One of my favorite topics, and I'm not joking when I say this, are sign regulations. I'm not an attorney, but when we start looking at signage, signage has been a hotly contested and very contentious item for a number of years, all the way to the point of 2015. So now we're 11 years post the Reed case versus City of Gilbert. That was the landmark case that the Supreme Court weighed in on and said, communities, you cannot regulate content. You can't say that it's a church sign or a school sign or a business sign. What you can regulate is how big is the sign, where is that sign to be placed, how big is the area for which you're going to have your message, and that's pretty much it. They didn't say, well, because it is X, Y, and Z church, then there's these other provisions. I will tell you, working across, like I said, the Southeast, I have a number of codes, and I'll be the first one to tell you, every municipality I go to, meeting with the city attorney and getting some of their legal input, every single municipality has a different take on signage. What they think, what they don't think, what they agree with. I will say in the state of Tennessee, they actually have a carve-out for political signs. Which is funny because when you read the analysis that went behind that, as far as their state law, it actually says this is probably inconsistent with the Reed case. Interesting. But again, clear definitions. What's a projecting sign? What's a monument sign? What's a wall sign? What counts as a sign? The provisions that you have right now of, if it's a sign or whatever else more than, we'll say, 3 feet behind the glass doesn't count. Okay, why? Those are signs. If they're visible, they should be counted as signs. Looking at the content neutral regulations and then also the design standards. In addition to, of course, Reed, there was the Austin case that the Supreme Court took up a number of years ago, which basically got into off-premise signs, so basically billboards as well as on-premise. And there's been a number of other case law that comes out, especially including those at the state level. Also making sure that we have a clear definition of what is a sign versus the difference between that and a mural. And if a mural has a commercial message attached to it, how do we define and incorporate that into our signage package? Understanding that some of the things that we have identified, your existing sign standards look like the items on the left. What we'd be proposing would be more along those items on the right. I love doing this with the matrix that talks about the different types of signs, where they can be provided, and some of the other standards of measurement that go with it. Just to give you an idea, this is also just an example that we've been working towards. It's not actual regulations, but when we start to define what is a projecting sign and understanding how those can and cannot encroach into certain areas, temporary signs like the sandwich boards, which is actually interesting because we're working with DeKalb County, Georgia, as we speak. They specifically prohibit A-frame signs, but they permit sandwich boards. Exactly.
Wow.
Yes. Again, just trying to clean up and clear up how and why and what we are defining. Mayor, I promise I have literally 2 more slides, and then we will
Go for
be
it.
here for the rest of the time. The big item, the who, what, and who. Who has review authority? Who should have review authority? Who does the legislature say can do certain things? But then it also comes back to what is required to come by this body. You know, quasi-judicial, rezonings, text amendments, certain things have to come to this group for various reasons. Legislative items, depending on the nature, can stop at P and Z. Some of these other components need to come to you all as well. Just, you know, if there's a final plat or a right-of-way vacation or certain things like that that typically are not quasi-judicial, those really should be coming to this body as well. And then more importantly, what are those items that staff can approve administratively? Looking at I'll say the list of things that staff can approve administratively versus other communities, your staff can approve about this much. It is extremely limited. You've got an incredible staff across different departments. Trust them. Set the policy, set the standard to where it's clear, take out, you know, the, well, I think components, like you were saying earlier, Mayor. Trust your staff. There are certain things that they can do, and a number of other communities trust them to do as well. I don't know if we want to dive headfirst into the CAB.
Sure.
I will be the first one to say, and I'm probably going to make somebody upset when I say this, the CAB, of course, is established by statute, and it says they have the ability as a community to do certain X, Y, and Z. It's up to the community at that point to say, this is how we want to utilize this board. I honestly have never seen a community appearance board or a group of this, whether it's an architectural review board, a design review board, a CAB, or anything else, have citywide jurisdiction on every single application, basically, that's coming through. You know, I had one of my folks, actually, and I haven't given this to Ken and Cam. I said, do me a favor. Go through, start looking at different communities across the state of South Carolina. Some that we've worked in, so that's the easy ones. And I'm not saying, oh, we'll use those because that's what Kelly says. We looked at Greer, Greenville, Columbia, Mount Pleasant, Charleston, Hilton Head, Lexington, Spartanburg, Sumter, and a couple of others. Just, you know, a smattering. Of course, as soon as I threw out Hilton Head, everybody usually goes, we don't want to be Hilton Head, or we don't want to be Charleston. But what you start to see is, do all of these cities have some form of a community appearance board or an ARB? Yes. Where do they generally provide insight, rules and regulations and approvals? Historic districts, overlays. That's it. So again, I know I'm starting to rip a Band-Aid off here.
Well, and I'm going to do something weird. I'm going to defend the CAB on this particular point, I think. Myrtle Beach, as I said earlier, is not a normal town. We are very competitive from a business climate. The Community Appearance Board was created in the 1970s to rein in some of the excess that existed in our signage. I don't know that I would say limit CAB's overall scope in terms of geographic area, but to streamline the process to give staff the ability to approve a sign without it having to go through CAB for color and font size, those sorts of things. So we're not like many other towns. Our historic district is very small. We're a young town. We don't have much in the way of historic buildings. We're trying to preserve those that we do have. But the business community, again, is slam up against the residential community throughout the city. And we have major corridors with major signage. So to the extent that we can make it more business friendly, simplify the process, speed up the process, provide more objectivity instead of subjectivity, great. I see benefit, though, in having the CAB have citywide purview over those things that this body ends up giving CAB control over.
And again, there's no right or wrong, I mean, if the city of Myrtle Beach wants to say, we're going to have the CAB review all these items before it ever gets to P&Z or whatever else, I mean, you have that prerogative.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
No, and I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying rip them out and do all of that. Some of the communities absolutely do get into signage, and this is me personally, this is not coming from staff or anything else at this point. And kind of going to where you are, Mayor, if the sign can be X feet tall, certain size, certain placement, let it go.
Yep.
If it's going to go above, beyond X, put it into that process. Give some of that geographical from the stance of if it's in the middle of the industrial park and it literally is abutting the industrial uses.
Yeah, I think our current code for signs contemplates that if it's not visible from a public right-of-way, the Community Appearance Board doesn't have a voice in it.
How many public, here's the question. How many public right-of-ways do you have within the city?
Lots.
How visible is it? And
There
I
are
ask,
few places that aren't visible.
so here's the question, and I did this intentionally to staff yesterday, because we were talking through the visibility component. So I could be at one of the beachfront hotels on the 14th floor, and it's visible, it's a public right-of-way, does that count? That was just me being snarky, sorry.
Council?
To me, if you have a standard, sign can be how much of a square footage, it can only be this high, it has to look like this. Why does it have to go past staff's approval? In my opinion, that is one way to shorten this process. I mean,
I think the answer to that question is staff just makes sure that it meets the requirements. They don't have to approve it, but that it just meets the requirements.
hear what I just said. If it's the proper size, proper height, proper width, it has the proper square footage, why does it need to go any further?
It should be a simple check process.
Yes. And that's exactly what's been on my mind about all of this for some time. How do we shorten this up? How do we make this process better? And how do we come to a point where people who want to be in business, who want to create a business in the city of Myrtle Beach? Perception is a lot of things. And perception is that we are not so friendly when it comes to people wanting to have businesses in the city. And whether that's perception or not, when you talk to developers, that perception sometimes appears to be, to them, it's real. All I'm saying is here, these are examples of what we can do to, instead of it taking however long, maybe we can shorten that process and make it do everything we can do to become as business friendly. And at the same time, though, I'll agree with what Mark said, we definitely have to be careful about the encroachment into our neighborhoods with commercial as well.
And one of the things, I definitely want to key in on two things. One, yeah, you're absolutely correct. If it meets the standards, and when we say staff level or administrative, that's just basically getting the permits, like you said, Mayor, checkbox, electrical's in place, structural's in place, doesn't meet the setbacks, go.
Approve in like 2 days, 3 days at the most.
Whatever that process is. The one thing that, and this is definitely gets back to the subjectivity versus objectivity. There's case law out there regarding trademarks, copyrights, and other things. Different states have different things, but one of the things that, of course, has always kind of come up is, could you tell McDonald's not to use red and yellow on their sign? Most legal scholars will say you can't touch that because it is protected. That's their property, so to speak. That's their identifier. Now, can you tell McDonald's, and actually I was there this morning because that's where my go-to from IT every morning. Can you say, well, you can have one sign fronting X, you can have one sign fronting Y, maximum height is 5 feet, it can have 10 square feet per sign, it can be externally or internally illuminated? Absolutely.
And that's one of the conversations that the Planning Commission and ultimately this body will have. What sort of signage is preferred? We went through a monument sign phase. Monument signs are good. They're at eye level as you're driving around. There doesn't need to be a 40-foot tall sign in all likelihood on the end of a lollipop pole. Blade signage, those sorts of things will be part of your recommendation at the end of the day.
Yes, sir.
Keep in mind, we're not Hilton Head.
I've got a quick question for you. In other municipalities where they have had a architectural review, CAB, do they, like with us right now, we have a conceptual and then we have a final. Do other cities have a conceptual and a final?
A lot of times, if they have the conceptual, as long as it meets that, it's staff level at the end of the day.
Okay, so do they ask the same type of, so you have to have all these things in your packet and everything before you can even present it to CAB? Is it fair to ask them to do $30,000, $45,000 worth of work prior to conceptual, if conceptual is actually something that they're just coming before to see if they like the concept?
Again, that is whatever you all would prefer to see. I'm not a big fan of spending $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 to find out no.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got a project I'm working on, and you'll love this one, in the state of Florida. Besides the fact that we're actually proposing to get rid of and eliminate homestead property taxes minus schools. Try to figure out how do you fund government on that one. We also have something called Live Local, which was dealing with affordable housing. Live Local is a state initiative. It was a state legislative priority. It's enacted in state law, and it says if you meet these standards for housing affordability, it is affordable at the 120% AMI for 30 years. It's deed restricted. You get to, by right, use the maximum density of that community, and you can go to the height of all, we'll say whatever the zoning districts are and what's allowed within a 1 mile radius. That's pretty telling, especially when you read the legislative component. One community we're working in right now says, to your point, we need to see the site plan, not a concept plan. We need to see a site plan. We need to see the traffic. We need to see your stormwater. We need you to provide a written analysis of consistency with the code, the comprehensive plan, as well as state law. We need you to go through the DRC, so the Development Review Committee, and at the end of that process, we'll tell you if you qualify or not. Getting to your point, I'm not a fan of this. But
And I think it's a big turnoff for developers or anyone that wants to come into our city and do business. I think that's a real, kind of a negative thing right out the gate. That's just my opinion, but.
Not an incentive.
Yeah,
time is money and money is money.
exactly.
Help clarify my thinking just real quickly, because we're talking about things that need to be done. And that's to make the process, whether it's with the Planning Commission or CAB, more efficient, for lack of a better description. So let's assume that we have a set of signing sizes, regulations, we're all agreed on, it's in place. And I'm a merchant. And so 5 years down the road, I want to replace my sign because it's old, it needs to be replaced. It meets all of the standards. And I want to paint it, but I'm going to paint it with the color that has been previously agreed to. Do I even need to come to CAB to have that approved?
Currently, I think you do. Should you? I don't.
That's exactly my point. That's part of my point, Bill, thank you. And I'll go back to a situation.
I was channeling off of you, that's all.
I appreciate it, but I just go back to a point where, and I know I've spoke this 100 times, but what you're talking about, what we're discussing right here is a prime example of, we get a boardwalk. Business on the boardwalk has a sign, says the name. And when this comes about, they add to the sign on the boardwalk. And CAB turned it down. Should have never even went to CAB to start with.
So I'll go back to something that we talked about at the very beginning of this. Whatever we are providing, it's our team's professional opinion and recommendations specific to Myrtle Beach. I kind of said, hey, I've been writing code for 34 years. I can find a code that's going, and we could plop, drop, and keep going, but it's not Myrtle Beach. Period. We have to come up with, again, best professional series of recommendations across the board. We're going to vet it through the various staff. We're going to vet it through the various boards. And at the end of the day, we're going to be coming back to you all, especially as we are rolling out some of these additional components. And here's our progress, and I'll call it the listening of, did we get it right?
And something you just said is so important. This council has said this. The mayor just said it. We're not Greenville, we're not Columbia, we're not Charleston, we're not Beaufort. We are Myrtle Beach. So we need to work within Myrtle Beach. We need to understand who we are. And a friend of mine always says the next thing, we need to understand who our customers are. And then that's what we work with. Personally, I'm not interested in the signs in Greenville. I'm really not, and I don't mean that in any disrespectful way. I'm interested in what works for Myrtle Beach. And our signs may be a little different than what they are in Beaufort. And I'll agree with that 100%. But then again, we're not Beaufort either.
Exactly.
But the idea is to get a set of standards
I agree 100% on that.
and move on.
Yes.
So last
you.
component here, and I know we've kind of been going back and forth with some of these questions and comments. What we're going to be rolling out to staff and also going to the Planning Commission and P&Z here short order. Basically, we'll say 6 full-blown sections vetted out at this point, whether it's like the table of contents that you all saw, so you had a sneak peek on some of these, the landscape provisions, the uses and the districts, the use table, standards of measurement. We're currently working on refining the signage and also the parking. And then, again, we will be working on some of those overlays towards the end of this process, as well as some of those administrative components. What we would encourage you, and I know this is a little different situation, is like, we'd love to hear the thoughts, we'd love to hear the feedback. We also understand that you have a lot of constituents, and those constituents, have voices. If you're talking to them and Commissioner, I keep wanting to say Commissioner, sorry, Councilman, and it's like, hey, I'd really like to make sure we're seeing this. Or when you're meeting with people, you're out in the community, you're at an event. Unfortunately, what happens, and I deal with this all the time, this is the first I've heard about this code. And it's like, where have you been? We've been doing this, and we've had these presentations, and, we're going to be putting stuff out on the city's website. But, make sure the people are understanding, there is a code coming. Don't wait till the last minute to provide those comments.
And I think that was our concern, that the Planning Commission had not been fully involved yet in this discussion. And they, again, do the heavy lifting on a lot of this before it gets to council.
As CAB does. I think CAB could give you a lot of good feedback on some of the things we were just talking about. I think they would agree with.
In
I think our
previous time-
businesses could give them a lot of feedback, too.
in previous
real-life
time-
examples.
I'm sorry, Bill.
So there will be public hearings, is what you're saying?
There will be public hearings. We are, like I said, rolling out some of this information this afternoon. We will be bringing forward some of those big chunks to the boards, the respective boards, so that we get that working session. But, yes, we've been working diligently. We've been, piece parts and all of that to where we can get something that we're comfortable in putting out there of, did we get it right?
and lay out the timetable, please?
We actually have to have this adopted, Cam, correct me if I'm wrong, before September because of the grant that the city has. So we are anticipating having, like I said, a fairly aggressive schedule through this portion of, well, I call it spring, even though we're just barely into March. Spring, early summer with like I said, first part of the summer having final completed zoning chapters laid out there for public review, and then start the public hearing process, July, August.
I would like, I don't know, I'm sure the rest of the body would the same. I would like to have a complete copy of this to review.
When it exists?
Yes.
In July and August are busy times for the city of Myrtle Beach, for our businesses, for our residents. Can we do it any sooner than that? No?
We will be as aggressive as we can.
Okay.
The one thing I will say, unfortunately, is, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. In a lot of communities, it's like we've got seasonal influx. So we either, if we don't hit it now, then we miss them at X, or we catch this group, or it's the tourist season, or this. So, we trying to move those pieces around. I was say the proverbial herding cats. But we are working diligently to try to have something before the end of spring as far as a total code update.
Package. Okay. Council?
Off the top of your head, could you provide the name of a town that has a very liberal or laissez-faire type architectural board, CAB type organization, with say an operating budget of $50 million or more? I want to ride through that town, because this sounds really good, but we all need some guardrails. And I am a non-reg person, but I know when the cat gets out of the barn, what can happen. So is there a name of a town that is fairly relaxed with regard to their CAB with a significant operating budget? And you can get back to me on that.
I need to get back to you on that one.
You want him to name names
I want him to name a town,
in public.
and I'm gonna get my Chevrolet and go look.
Maybe what he's asking is, where do we fall in the spectrum of rules for businesses? Are we in the middle, or are we at the extreme, or are we on the lighter side?
You're on the far extreme.
We're on the what?
Far extreme.
We just have to
In all
enforce
honesty.
those things.
But again, some of that is due to the competitive business nature. If there were a laissez-faire atmosphere, the city would look a lot different than it does today.
And again, it's that push-pull, and what's that sweet spot, or the other thing I like to say, what is that Goldilocks moment? Are we too easy? Are we too hard? What's in the middle? I will tell you that a very similar, you'll crack up when I say this, similar situated city in the fact that it's a coastal community, high design standards. It just happens to be on the Gulf side of Florida. Historic in the sense that it was one of the original John Nolan planned communities. City of Venice. City of Venice has a historic downtown component. Their historic district is well established. It is very much limited, but they also have certain design standards that kind of apply elsewhere. So take a look at some of these other, seriously, look at some of the other communities, do some research, take a look. If you're driving through a community, if you've got friends that live in Beaufort versus Beaufort, always love that one. North Carolina, go start looking, and don't just limit yourself to South Carolina. Look at some of the others, because some of these coastal communities like Jacksonville Beach, Amelia Island, you start getting into the Carolinas, Davidson is a big one. Start looking at some of these others of what they're doing, and start kind of gleaning the relationship between, because you go to Davidson, North Carolina, you go to Belmont, huge design development standards. But start looking at what is the makeup and where is it applying.
Thank you, Kelly. Let's do a 10-minute break. We'll start back at 10:40.
Thank you.
can we discuss about the budget? We ain't even seen it.
All right, it's been 10 minutes.
Do you?
Text me if he.
Yeah.
Heather will be running Senate seat if he wins primary. Good to get.
I got you. Nico's.
All right, it's time for the budget workshop portion. Michelle?
So what I want to do today is kind of update you on where we are in our budget process. You all know we start in about October soliciting all of the budget requests from our departments. We pull those together. We've met with council, gotten some of your priorities. We're working on the revenue estimates. And while we're not there yet, we do want to give you this update on where we actually are. So to start off, I'm going to show you Exhibit A. This is what we usually provide when we get the budget all together. It gives you a comparison of where we are compared to the prior year. And at the current state, we are 3.6% above last year's operating expense in the budget that we're looking at. This budget only includes current service level. What that means is the cost to do tomorrow what we're doing today, essentially. The cost of living increases in here at 3%. That's the current estimate. Our health insurance, that is one thing, the health insurance increase, we have not got the estimate for yet. We know that the costs are increasing. We are working with our health insurance provider, or actually our consultant, to figure out what that increase is going to be. And then the tourism development fee. We've already had the conversations regarding the tourism development fee. We know that it is no longer sufficient to cover the current 67.5% credit that we provide. Now, the general fund, of course, that's the main operating fund of the city. Our general fund is currently at a balance $4.6 million. At this time of year, that's really not that unusual. What we have done is we have solicited budget cuts from the departments thus far. We've gotten those, and they are not sufficient. So typically what we do is we'll go back again, or we as management staff will begin to suggest cuts to their budgets. I do want to point out that the operating expenses in this budget actually have only increased 2.7%, and 75% of this budget is salaries. The tourism development fee. This is just a graph to show you sort of what has happened with the fee. The credit has grown significantly quicker than the fee revenue has. This table, now this is in the study that we solicited MuniCap to provide, and we will be giving that to you as council, but this just highlights what we anticipate the credit deficit to be in this coming year and the next years if we do not make an adjustment to the current level of credit. Next year, we would be looking at a $2.3 million deficit. And that what we are going to suggest is a rebalancing of the tourism development fee. To
That we do what?
rebalance.
I'm sorry.
A rebalancing of the tourism development fee compared to, I should say credit, compared to what we have been doing. We're at 67.45% or 56.3 mils for the credit now. In order to eliminate that deficit, to close that gap, we would need to change the tourism development fee credit to 53.4% or 44.5 mils. That's about a 21% decrease in that credit. The cost per $100,000 of assessed value would be about $118 to the taxpayer.
That number sounds high to me,
Okay?
because if the average house is $300,000, that's a $300 change in the credit, only on a 21% difference. That math doesn't seem to math in my head.
Well, it would be $291.90 on a $500,000 home, a $145.95 increase on a $250,000 home.
Are those numbers in this presentation somewhere?
Yes, they are
Okay.
on that sheet. Also on that sheet is, you can see another graph that demonstrates that if we do not rebalance the credit percentage, it will only continue to grow.
I know that it will continue to grow. That number just sounds high, the 118.
Well, we'll look back at it,
So, okay,
but we do know that that's what will be the change.
okay.
I would remind council, though, that the legislation Senator Talley mentioned today, H.R. 5003, redesignates the percentages that can be allotted for property tax relief. And I know staff is aware of that. But if that goes to sleep this legislative session, we do not need to let that go away. And particularly as our folks who are talking with the chamber from our body, that needs to be germane to that discussion.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
And we'll expect a report on what you hear from them.
Yep.
All right. Exacerbating that problem is the fact that our tourism-driven revenues are down from the last year and the prior year. Honestly, it's really to be expected, because the peaks that we hit during the pandemic immediately following, didn't really expect that to continue on, but it is continuing to go down more than we expected, longer. I guess it's more of a prolonged stabilizing. What that means, though, is that we expect to have less tourism-driven revenues to offset both our operating costs and for projects next year. Dr. Render, you specifically asked that we be very candid and conservative in our estimates for these revenues, and that is what we're doing at this time. We are still waiting for more information to help us build these models out. Little things can throw us off. I'll give you an example. The state accommodations tax that we got in for the last 2 quarters, we looked at it and we said, this just doesn't look right. So Marla contacted the state, talked to them, come to find out one big payer had not been paying in the state or in the city for the past 2 quarters. That's going to come back and true up. Another payer had been paying and wasn't in the city. So sometimes we have those things that happen that help, to delay our ability to accurately estimate going forward. So we are looking into all of those things that look odd so that we make sure that we've got good parameters.
And Michelle, my concern is that middle income
Yes.
visitor, our staple tourist, not the Charleston or Hilton Head tourist, but we just need to be aware that that group of individuals is under assault from a macroeconomic perspective. Rent, groceries, that kind of thing. And that's what I want us to consider as we budget this coming year. It's a different year.
You're right, and I think looking back at the demographics, just under 70% of our visitors fall into that demographic that is being squeezed the most right now.
Well, and I'm sure you were aware of it, but I would feel remiss if I didn't mention that.
All right, more on the general fund. We are not advocating for any business license increases, but we are advocating for planning fees and charges, and that's the hard and soft encroachments. If you remember last year, we actually added those into the budget ordinances and clarified some of those fees. The intent at that time was for those to go up $100 per year, and that is what is proposed here. And then we also have some proposed increases on our cemetery fees and charges. We've provided the comparison to other cemeteries in the area, and I think you'll see that we still are an economical choice.
The oceanfront hard and soft encroachments are all commercial or mostly commercial? Okay, all commercial, okay.
With our enterprise funds, that's the water and sewer, solid waste, and parking, we are going to recommend, right now, the number sits at a 6% increase for water and sewer, for water and 9% for sewer. We continue to need to increase those because of the cost of construction for the most part. We still have 2 phases of the 48-inch water line, And our team is still working to rebuild all of the pump stations throughout the city.
Michelle,
Yes.
and this is more so for our public information folks. Every time when we increase water and sewer, people I hear from all the time, well, where's that money going? So we definitely need to get the message out. The reason for this increase is this is why, and that we don't have problems down the road like other areas in the country have. And this is a progressive thing as to what we are doing with that money. So we'll bring that up.
Absolutely. The solid waste fund, going back to the rate study that was done a few years ago, there's another recommended 3.5% increase on solid waste. One of the initiatives or priorities that council discussed with us was the side load garbage truck. Right now, we don't have any garbage trucks up for replacement, but we do in 2029. So that would be when we would propose to purchase additional trucks like that. We also ask about the garbage trucks that have the dual waste streams, the recycle and the household garbage. In talking with our public works folks, that's really not economical for the city because, number one, our recyclables are driven straight to the MRF. And also, the volume of the recyclable is so much less than that of the garbage that it would take that many more trips to get that all done. And if we were to try to dump it out and then sort it on the floor, there's that much more time with the two waste loads.
I understand that. So the recycling trucks, rather than going to our transfer station, go straight to the MRF?
Yep.
Okay. I was thinking they dumped on the floor and it got recycled there, but no.
I think at one time they did.
Okay,
It was.
okay.
We were asked for comparisons of field rental fees, so I've provided that here. If anyone wants to have a discussion about that, one of Josh's team could come up and talk about it.
Just at a quick glance, because this is the first time we're seeing this, we're higher on the minimum daily rate than everybody, and sort of in between on the full day rate. Double what Horry County charges. Okay.
And our percent utilization is still good?
Yes.
Waiting list good?
I'll have Dustin come up and talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Morning. One thing I do want you to note, we're $150 for 4 hours of use. So if you look at these other fees, I mean, we're right in the mix. We're lower than most of them, actually. But one thing, you got to remember what you're comparing here. You're comparing turf fields to natural grass fields. So we obviously invest a lot of money in these fields. So in the turn, the user is getting a better product out of that too. And yeah, utilization is remaining through the roof.
Rock Hill has turf or grass?
Rock Hills Complex is a mix. I think they have 6 fields, 2 are turf, 2 are grass. But Rock Hill doesn't rent to the public generally. They have an exclusive contract with one user group for their rectangle field complex.
Is that a common model? The Rock Hill model?
I don't think that's a common model. They're the only ones I know of that do that.
Do you hear much complaints from our rentees?
Generally, no.
North Myrtle Beach would be the nearest competitor, and they're a little less than we are.
That's correct. That's a resident, non-resident fee you see for North Myrtle. So $25 an hour, $33 an hour. So,
We're at 37
yeah,
an hour.
exactly. And again, that's natural grass versus turf fields.
I was trying to say, are they fields same quality of ours, or?
No, they're natural grass, and we do include the lights and setup fees and all of that in our prices. I believe the more things you want in North Myrtle Beach, lights, fields, line, things like that are extra fees.
Can we go ahead and confirm that, just
Sure.
to make us get an idea of what
Yeah, I
it
can
is?
get you more details on
Because obviously, with all the other stuff that's coming online now, that they've expanded their sports complex, they've got a lot more fields to offer. We're probably never going to be able to match that because we just don't have the footprint to do
Right.
it. Which then gets back to Dr. Render's point of utilization. Are we anticipating with these new fields coming online in North Myrtle Beach that will pull away from some of our participation or the folks that we do business with?
It could, but we continue to see new folks coming online as well. So some of our groups that we have now, I mean, they could utilize North Myrtle. They already do utilize us and North Myrtle, a lot of the soccer groups, but we could see them transfer more to North Myrtle since there's more field space.
There's an asterisk that says tournament fees are higher.
Yeah, this is just community use field rentals. This is not like sports tourism fees for tournaments.
And Michelle, does North Myrtle Beach curiously finance their field construction through a different mechanism than we employ? I got the impression that years ago, even Mr. Leith may have commented on how perhaps they did it through millage versus a lot of our tourism development fees, not tourism development fee, but tourist fee, hospitality revenues, that kind of thing, as perhaps being more stable.
I'm really not sure. I do believe they had to finance this last expansion. I'll check and see.
I would be curious to know what vehicles they use to do that, financial vehicles.
And council did raise the rate last year for field rentals.
Yes,
Last year, 2 years ago.
last year.
Was it last year?
It was in the budget last year.
Correct.
Council?
And so, I think it's worthy to note that we're the fastest growing state in the country, one of the fastest growing counties in the state and in the country. To someone's question about supply and demand, we're the only recreation, and with North Myrtle Beach, we are in the area. I don't see the county building more fields, so we talk about supply and demand. We're providing it for Horry County in general. So I think there is plenty of supply with all of the housing rooftops coming in for the foreseeable future. I think it's just important to notice that, because I've played out at South Strand before in the county fields, and they don't hold a candle to what Dustin and his group can provide.
And Dustin, we have no issue with tourism-type tournament play versus the spring Dixie Youth, or whatever we call Little League Baseball now. We have enough for our residents as far as capacity is what I'm saying. Most of the time.
Most of the time, I can't say that we have enough. I mean, we could always use more, but our crew does a pretty good job of balancing local play versus tourism, things like that.
And I visit those fields quite a bit in the spring, and I hear no complaints. And largely the complaints I do hear from are folks who don't live in the city. So I know you guys do accommodate little ones that live out in the county also.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Can you provide a tournament fee comparison at some point?
We can. It's a little harder to do a straight apples to apples comparison, but we can work on that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
But as he sits down, his rec center folks do an excellent job. I see how they treat the elderly particularly.
What's so funny?
I'm not laughing, are you, Bill?
No?
I was.
All right. One of the other topics that we were asked to explore for this budget involves the street light mids and contracts that we have throughout the city. That's the charge to the citizens in those areas for the cost of an upgraded light fixture. Altogether, the estimate for 2027, and that revenue is $572,000. If we were to eliminate or do away with those, that's the equivalent of about 1 mil of tax. There's also been some discussion about the Santee Cooper franchise fee and whether or not we would go back to the 60-40 model versus the 80-20 model. That would end up in a reduction of about $1 million a year in our franchise fee were we to change that. And then there's also needs to be more discussion about increasing the lighting aesthetic or footprint throughout the city.
All of those are issues that I have brought forward, in part with some discussion among council, but the body as a whole hasn't talked about those. So it's time to do that. And we'll tackle those, not in that order. The franchise fee discussion, while the city eliminated a big chunk of the underground utilities fund several years ago, while it would reduce the franchise fee to the city, it would increase the amount of money in the underground utilities fund, correct? By the
An equal
same-
amount, yes.
By an equal amount. So it would give you more money at the end of the day, and Santee Cooper would contribute additional monies for the underground utilities fund. On the lighting mids, I've said a couple of things. The lighting at the Market Common is good, the landscaping at the Market Common is good, the lighting on the north end of town is good, the landscaping on the north end of town is good. It would be nice to have a citywide standard for lighting and landscaping too, so that we all looked good across the city. There are pockets of good, but then there are pockets of less than good throughout the city. On the mids, the residents there in those three mid areas pay for streetlights on Farrow Parkway. In fact, all of the street lighting they're paying for is on public property. It's not on private property. They're not benefiting specifically from an increased street lighting on private property. We're charging them for increased street lighting on public property, including Farrow Parkway. The folks who travel to and through the Market Common benefit from that increased level of lighting. Some of it is due to the difference in the lighting fixture between what the city would normally provide and what the city is required for the Market Common. Some of it is also due to the literal increased amount of electricity due to the higher level of lights that are there. There are places, Pampas Drive in front of HGTC, where there is an extreme level of lighting that is not part of this mid that the city pays for. So there's in my mind, there is an imbalance between what the residents are paying for, what the residents are getting, what the public is getting, and then the desire to improve the overall look of the city. So that would be my argument for having the city absorb these mids at this point and then move to that level of lighting, not necessarily that fanciness of fixture, but to that level of lighting for the city as a whole. Thoughts?
I guess, Michelle, and help me out here. If, I also understand the mids issue. I've been hearing about it for 3 years now. What's right and what's not right. And some misinformation out there too. But if the city was to go ahead and absorb these costs, again, nobody wants to talk about a tax increase. But if it required it, are we talking about 1 mil or 10 mils?
One,
1/10 of 1%.
yes, 1 mil,
1 mil would cover the whole thing.
yes.
When you say the whole thing,
The mids and the
Mids,
contracts
ABs.
throughout the city.
absorbing this, what's on this,
Yes,
not the
And-
idea of all the new lights.
correct,
No,
correct,
not
not
all-
changing
not all
the
I want to make
lighting.
sure that's
Just
clear.
the mids or the contracts and the city absorbing 100% of the cost of those.
And this includes the north end communities as well. So the actual number is less than what I expected it to be based on what our conversations were. The number's about 40% of what I thought it was going to be.
So what I'm hearing, and I want to make sure I heard this just right, I know there's some kind of balance got to be made, but, so let's just, please, the general public, not advocating any tax increase at all when I say what I'm getting ready to say, but in reality, if that did take place, then folks in my neighborhood would be having a tax increase for lighting on both ends of the town. Now, I've got to tell you, that dog doesn't hunt.
And if it were to come to a tax increase, if the city absorbed this as part of its budget process in some way, it would not be a tax increase with the goal of increasing the lighting in that section of town as well.
Well, that ain't what I just heard.
That's, but Michelle has framed it in the terms of a tax increase.
And then I get another question I have, a midpoint. Mayor talked about Faro Parkway, the lights there. Is there any, well, there should be a way, because each one of those poles has a number. Santee Cooper knows what it is. Is there a way to separate those out and say the city would take over the responsibility in terms of covering the costs of the lights on Faro Parkway? Because, yes, the residents of Market Common benefit from that, but so does everybody else that uses Faro Parkway as a cut-through that comes to visit, you know, downtown Market Common. Could we look at separating that and come up with a, some kind of number as to, you know, what that would cost us? And then looking at, my crystal ball tells me utility costs are just not going down for any foreseeable future. And yes, you can add more energy efficient lighting, but there's a cost of doing that up front, so it takes time to recoup those benefits. So if we could get an idea of maybe just for Faro Parkway as a starting point, as a starting point, what would that cost us? And maybe project it out for the first, if we took it over in fiscal year, whatever it is, what do we think that cost would look like for the next 3 years, what I'm trying to say?
We have done that in the past. I don't have the number with me, I don't remember, but we can easily pull that apart for you and give you that cost.
I would like to know it just it's for my thinking.
Sure.
Anybody else?
And is this premise we're operating on now the same roughly $140 million operating budget?
Yes.
To skip ahead.
Yep. And it is, what the mayor said is true. If we were able to cut an additional 5.7 mil, or 570,000 out of that budget, it would not equate to a tax increase. So yes, all of these things are still.
But there's opportunity costs associated with it.
Right, absolutely. I mean, everything is still up for discussion at this point because we have not settled on a budget yet. This is the building of the budget.
Yeah. The north end costs are much higher than I expected them to be. The Market Common is about a third, maybe, 40% of that maybe, and the other 60% is the north end communities. And again, we're paying for the increased level of street lighting in front of Horry Georgetown Technical College, which is brighter even than what this is. So.
I'll take your word. I can't personally confirm. I'd have to look back and see.
Yeah.
It looks like a football field lit up
It does.
all the time, every night.
And you know, when you look at, as the mayor pointed out, kind of the north end, you know, you have these categories of Grand Dunes with apparently one separate track, and then you're looking at Del Webb in 3 different portions, and then Grand Dunes again. Del Webb is within the Grand Dunes PUD. You have to add all of that together to get that final number.
At some point, we've decided that this additional level of street lighting is desirable. And I would argue that it's desirable for the whole city, not just these neighborhoods that we're charging for it. So we need to, I think, move in the direction of providing an enhanced level of street lighting for the rest of the city, so that Mike's neighborhood looks very similar to what these neighborhoods look like, assuming his neighborhood is willing to do that, is interested in that.
That was exciting, wasn't it?
It's always exciting to me.
Well, I guess the question would be, Mayor, if you talk about bringing everybody up to the same level of lighting, how long would something like that take? I mean, because one neighborhood might say, well, we want ours done 2 years from now or next year. So how are we going to decide?
We've broached that conversation with Santee Cooper. They've not come back with it, but they're aware that that is a potential request from the city to raise the level of lighting, yes. And if you look at the new lights that have been installed in the Arts and Innovation District downtown and on Broadway Street, that's a much higher level of lighting than we have in the rest of the city. And the city is paying for that much higher level of lighting. We're not charging the adjacent property owners for that there. So there is an imbalance, I see, in terms of who pays for what and who gets what at the end of the day.
I think there's some difference between public areas specifically and neighborhood areas.
Yeah. I was going to say, I could see the city paying for it in the A&I and what we're doing downtown, because we're trying to redevelop that area to, you know, bring in new industry and new businesses and stuff. So I could see that, not the business owners paying for that.
And yet we're charging the property owners at the market common for the same thing.
That was back then. I don't think Buddy I don't think Buddy would have. I think the idea was to make the market common, you know, the star, I guess you would say. And do you want just basic lights? And back then it was, no, we want something nicer, and we're willing to pay for it. Well, the developers, I'm assuming, were willing to pay for it, or
The city and the property owners who were there at that time agreed. Well, the city imposed the mid. I mean, there wasn't an agreement on the part of the property owners. The city imposed the mid, which is effectively a tax.
Okay, but I'm saying though, I think there was, help me if I'm mistaken, the developers also agreed that we want this for the residents that are coming.
True, but
so they can have this upgrade and.
They didn't have a voice in the fact that it was charged.
Well,
they weren't here.
they
to
had
have
a voice if they did, I mean, you knew that was, well, maybe they didn't tell them, the real estate industry didn't tell them that, hey, y'all had to pay for the lights.
I
but
think
at
the amount
same time,
was
they
greater
knew that
in
that
some
was
cases
part
than
of
they
it, I feel like.
expected, yeah.
I'm just saying that if we asking the, I just think it's gonna be, if we're saying that, okay, if we get away from this and new lights throughout the city, again, how long is that gonna take? Who's gonna decide what neighborhoods get done first, and is it gonna be like sidewalks? We do one on the north, one on the south, and one in the middle, and then all of a sudden it seems like nobody's getting sidewalks, or, yeah.
And that's a conversation that needs to be had if
Yeah.
we're headed in that direction. Is it possible to phase this in?
Certainly. We just need direction from council.
You could do it over 5 years, for example, and reduce it to the point where it was 0, and during that same 5 years, increase the lighting in other parts of the city.
Sure.
I like Bill's recommendation on getting the number for Faro Parkway, and if there are other specific roads within these areas that are highly traveled, that aren't 100% residential.
There are. And we can ask Doug to identify those, and we can pull out the cost associated with those throughout the city. All right, sort of along the same line here, council has asked about an increased level of road maintenance and sidewalk maintenance. Brian talked with his folks over in Public Works, and this is the response that he has gotten, that the $250,000 we provide for sidewalks annually is sufficient. However, the crews continue to get pulled off of their sidewalk work and their concrete work to assist with road maintenance and larger road maintenance projects, because we don't have that dedicated crew. The solution would be, number one, to add a crew specifically for road maintenance so that our concrete workers are not pulled off of the job. And the other request was that we take the $1.4 million resurfacing budget that we have in CIP every year and up that to $3 million. That's the part we'll discuss when we get to CIP, the capital improvement plan, for anyone who doesn't know.
How many sidewalks are we building for, how many linear feet, I don't know what the measurement is, are we building for $250,000?
I would have to get you a specific answer to that. If you all remember, a couple of years ago, we increased the sidewalk budget, I think, from 50 to 250. We did. And we also we've added a couple of folks on the concrete crew over the last couple of years. So that 250 number represents more maintenance than it does new sidewalks. So we've got another line item, the $1.4 million multimodal account that accounts for some of the larger sidewalk projects like Highway 15 corridor, some of the larger projects, 79th multipurpose path. All of that gets incorporated into the multimodal account. So when we start looking at expanding our sidewalks, we've got both accounts that we can tap into, the $250,000, but also the $1.4 million. So I can get you a specific linear feet. I mean,
And
it's math.
you're not saying that a dedicated road crew at $657,000 is necessary to continue to achieve the level of service that we're providing right now?
No, we can maintain the level of service we're providing now with what we have now. But if we're wanting to increase the level of service and add more, more capacity on the roadside, then we need a dedicated crew to do that. And that's, I mean, it's just math.
Yeah, I think Mr. Louder's been talking about that for a while.
And again, just in full transparency, I think our streets folks would shoot me if I didn't say this. At a minimum, $3 million a year. If we could get to $4 million a year, then we can repave the city. And again, this is city roads, which is another conversation. We could repave the city roads on a very regular basis, 8-9 year cycle versus a 15 to longer year cycle now. And so it's just priorities.
Is the proposed new road crew instrumental in that, or are we contracting out all the paving for the roads?
We contract out a good bit. That road crew there is just road maintenance. It's not new road paving. So it's full depth patching. It's more elaborate. It's more elaborate than simply filling a pothole. We've got a crew in a patch truck that simply fills potholes. But we don't have a crew and dedicated capital equipment to do full depth patching and some of the stuff. So some of the stuff we contract out now, like the full depth patching, we could bring a portion of that in-house with this crew. So there may be some cost savings on the contract side. But again, we need some further direction from you all before we even start figuring out how much we can shift from contract to in-house.
We don't have a paving crew.
Yes.
No, we don't
essentially.
pay, but this is 4 additional people.
Correct. And the equipment.
equipment.
Yeah, they can't do much without the equipment.
Okay.
You look like you're about to ask a question, so I'm
Well, I
not
was
walking
just
away.
going to say, though, I think somewhere we've got to be able to show or let the public know that just because just say we do this, and I'm gonna use Pine Lakes as an example. If there are roads in Pine Lakes that are state roads, we need to make sure that people know that those roads are not gonna be roads that this crew's gonna work on because they are state roads. But the public just seem to think that, hey, guys, you represent us. Get my road fixed. Well, we can't take city dollars and fix those roads. They don't understand that.
They don't, and we recognize that. I think we actually had a conversation with Eric yesterday, day before yesterday, on that subject. With the piece of legislation currently being considered in Columbia, Scott said earlier that's on pause, but if DOT continues to encourage municipalities to accept those secondary neighborhood-type roads, you know, our crew has gone through and done an assessment of not only our roads, but most of the state roads that would be advantageous for us to take over. And you know, 48th is a prime example of that. We've now accepted that into our system. We can maintain it. It costs money to maintain it. DOT's currently not opening up the coffers to the level they need to make it worth our while to accept the additional cost of the additional roads. So it's a push-pull. Everything is a push-pull. I mean, when we move a lever here, it needs to be adjusted too. So, I mean, we're constantly trying to figure that out. Outside, candidly, Councilman, I have to look at the road ownership map at least a couple of times a week to remind myself of what we own and don't own. I can only imagine the general resident has no chance of being able to keep up with some of the smaller roads that are county or primarily state owned. But yeah, we can consider new pavement markings for. I don't know how to do that.
Anybody else? Is there, and Michelle would like to know, I suspect at some point, it doesn't have to be today, is this, yes, we're going to spend $657,000, or we're going to continue to think about it, or no, we're not going to spend $600,000, or are we going to increase the paving budget? If we increase the paving budget, do we need to hire the additional 4 people? Can we continue to contract out if we increase the paving budget? I see multiple permutations of possibilities here, and I don't have a sense of where council wants to go at the end of the day. And it may not be that you know today.
I certainly don't know today.
Okay.
No,
You know.
Okay.
I think we need to think about it a little
Think
bit
about
more.
it.
That is an answer, so thank you.
And I know it'll be easier to think about once we get closer to balancing that budget and we see exactly where we are. We don't have property tax numbers that are final right now. So where that $4.5 million deficit goes in the next few weeks, who knows? So one of the other priorities that you presented to us was street-in beach access parking. Again, Eric and our Public Works Department looked at those 21 street-ins that are paved or surfaced with slag, and he's given us a cost estimate for what it would take to resurface those areas. He's also, you've got 2 pictures of wood there. You got a 4-inch on the top and a 3-inch on the bottom to replace possibly the railroad ties. The one caveat is they won't last as long. They will need to be replaced more frequently. But this is where we've ended up, between 28 to 48,000 to resurface those, and that's all of them, right? All 21. All 21. And it just depends on which type of landscape timber that you want to use.
The 21 that are surfaced with slag are generally in the Golden Mile section. The rest of the beach ends, the beach access points are sand or pavement or a combination of both? Okay. The recommendation from Public Works to use slag again rather than asphalt is a stormwater thing. If I heard the original request on the paving and the landscape timbers, the thought was to eliminate the landscape timbers, but you may not be able to do that if it's still a
Can you not
slag
use like a
product.
concrete? Like what you would find in a parking lot?
We can. I think this is still the better. This would be the better, more cost efficient. Words are hard. Cost efficient option. But we're looking for direction from you all on what to do. I will say, with the additional crew, we could most likely take care of the street ends by ourselves in-house at that point. One of the struggles we have now with the existing budget is balancing repaving of streets, resurfacing of streets versus street ends. So we do have a number of street ends that are paved. Those generally fall further down the priority list to have the actual streets resurfaced. So we try to maintain the ones that are getting in really bad shape, but again, it's a function of cost.
So this doesn't include south end beach accesses?
If they are slag, I don't know, I can't, off the top of
Okay.
my head, I can't remember which ones are slag. A lot of the ones on South End are asphalt.
And the concrete crews would do this even though there's no concrete involved in this?
Well, no, the additional street repair crew, if we added the street repair crew, we would be able to do the
It
street
says
ends.
concrete here. so.
Okay, that's a typo on my bad.
Do we know a cost difference between, the landscape timbers deteriorate over time. The concrete would deteriorate, but not over as much time.
They do break, though.
Yeah,
They
they
do
do.
crumble.
The landscape timbers are between the parking spaces, which makes it tough to park in some cases. I don't know whether just a header at the space would make it simpler or not, if it was a concrete bar that would indicate this is a parking space.
That's a little beyond my expertise, so I'd have to find out.
No.
Get some help on that.
That probably
I
is
think it
not
needs to
good.
have
Yeah.
that, okay. Okay.
Way people park, and then you've got 6 spaces with 2 cars. Yeah.
There was also some discussion about the RHRA reinstatement, that is the retirement benefit of either $50,000 or $100,000 from someone who actually retires from the city with at least 20 years of service, the last 10 being consecutive as a city employee. There was cost about, or questions about adding that back to the employees. We eliminated it in July 1st, 2019. Anyone hired after that point did not receive that benefit. So the cost to bring that back in total would be $63 million.
I
That's
figured
about
it-
623 employees.
I figured it'd be high.
Yeah. And that would increase our annual contribution to the RHRA by 1.8 million in 2007. But some years that goes up because the allotment for each employee increases based on their number of years of service. So it could be anywhere from $1 million to $4 million that we would need to contribute to the fund to maintain that in any given year between now and 2052.
I don't think that's practical.
I am the giver of information.
We asked for it.
I was just curious what the numbers look like. Thank you.
Yes, yes. And when someone asks why we don't have that, that is why. Then there were a number of other priorities that were presented to us. Charlie's Place and a stage. Our capital projects folks are working with Neighborhood Services, Ms. Cookie, to determine the type of stage, placement, and all that they need. So we'll discuss that when we get to the CIP plan. The library renovation expansions were discussed. Again, that's something that we can go more in depth and discuss with council in our 5-year plan. The activation of property behind John T. Rhodes Sports Center. Again, the capital plan, that I assume would be more of a capital project. And then housing rehab programs. So there has been conversation between Brooke, our grants manager, and Habitat for Humanity. So they are going to work together to manage those projects. There's going to be about $370,000 of revenue next year. And there needs to be some discussion about whether or not all of that will be allocated to housing rehab. And there also needs to be discussion about the parameters for housing rehab. And our folks are having those discussions as we speak, and we're glad for any input from council on that as well.
I guess the only question I would have, as far as Habitat, is there gonna be a way to make sure, because Habitat works throughout the county?
Inside the city?
Yeah, make sure that those funds are strictly spent within the city. and-
Absolutely. One of the ways that we were talking about doing that to make it easier for us to work through CDBG with the county also would be for Habitat to manage the work and actually invoice the city for each individual home that is rehabilitated. So we will have control over the fact, those, and that they will be here in the city of Myrtle Beach. The handicap golf carts for Whispering Pines, Chip is looking into that. I think they've had some experience with that before, so he's looking into it and doing a little research before he comes back to us with any more
I've got
discussion.
to call into him too.
Good.
Just to get a,
There were a few other things that I didn't put on here, but the landscape improvements, I think that the management team is really working with our landscape team and trying to figure out what's the best way to tackle improvements in the landscaping, and we'll come back to you at a later time with that one. The 2472 firefighter proposed schedule, that's about 1.7 million, equates to 2.9 mils, and I'm sure we'll have more discussion on that when we get deeper into the budget.
1.7, you say?
Yes, million. Striping, Brian kind of touched on that a little bit. I think the cost is $1 million a year to be able to do the whole city in a 5-year period. But we are going to talk more about those two when we get to our capital improvement plan, because that's where the bulk of that money sits.
And that may have included the state roads in that $1 million. I think it did at the end of the day. But
The only caveat to that is, when you look at the significant state roads, Bypass, Kings, Grissom, those are 4-lane roads versus most of ours are 2-lane roads. So I mean, the math, it's a very educated back of the napkin math on just square footage. So we're pretty close at that $1 million a year, covering a good chunk of all of our roads and possibly a good chunk of the state roads.
if we can get permission.
If we go down the path.
Wouldn't that be a good way to initiate a program for our new lobbyists to, you know, we pay, they pay, we both pay to christen the ship?
I see Fox's wry smile over there.
Fox has had some conversations.
Yeah, we encourage as much cooperation and support from DOT as we can possibly muster.
Well,
And
what I'm s-
all parties that can help us with that would be fantastic.
What I'm saying is our lobbyists will need direction from staff on that if it's a confluence of opinion of council. And I know y'all think that's a long shot, but got to ask, brothers, got to ask.
Apparently, we're not the only community in the state that has tackled this issue. Anything to that?
Yeah, I don't want to say this.
Maybe not.
We had a meeting with the DOT last week, higher ups, and was told to take this up at the local level. So we got to try to work through the runaround in the bureaucracy of SCDOT to see what we can accomplish, and we've certainly worked with Scott and see if we can bust through that. We also got a couple more acquaintances that we can call to see if that can help, but so far it's bureaucratic.
I think Representative Crawford heads the Transportation Subcommittee of the Proviso Group.
She is. She
Is that
does.
correct?
That is correct.
Might be worth a contact if anyone knows Miss Emmons.
If I heard you correctly, you said $1 million for 5 years, so $200,000 a year, basically? $1 million a year?
In a year.
For 5 years.
To redo it every, okay. And again, I think that included some state roads in it, so the local component may not be quite as great. I don't know how we not do that at the end of the day. So, I mean, council, how do we not paint the lines on the roads? How do we not prepare for a summer visitation weekly of 200 and 300,000 people? How do we not take care of those things?
Well, I'm not saying we're not, okay? And I'm not saying we do, because we need to do some of it. There's no each year. But I want us to keep in mind, we're not doing this just for tourism. We're doing it for our local folks as well. We seem to sometimes get drift off over here about tourism, which is very important to the city, no question about it. But all of this same thing we're talking about right now is for our residents as well.
You know, as we look at striping, one of the things as I was driving can't remember what road the other night, and I'm like, gosh, if there were just reflectors on this road, right? And so, Brian, what about with some of our city roads, city streets, having reflectors to help folks in the evening? And maybe it's getting harder for me because the older I'm getting and driving at night, I'm not sure, but there's a big difference when you're driving down a street with some reflectors or not. Okay.
All right, one of the other issues that was brought up was education reimbursement. We just added that funding back this year at the 30,000 level. It had been cut to 10 for 26. For 27, this budget includes 30. There's also been discussion about beach mats and wheelchairs. The management is still discussing that so that we can make at least the wheelchairs possible and what's the best way to handle that. We'll come back to you and talk more about the beach chairs and the mats.
And again, the chairs would be donated, it would be the delivery mechanism, whatever that may be. The chairs would be donated to the city, the mat would be donated.
Correct. Two things that I will need to go over with you soon. One, we've already talked about the capital improvement plan. We haven't hit that yet, so that's one of the next big things that we do need to talk about, the budget. I think the projects have been sent to the Planning Commission now. They're looking at them, and then they'll come to council once I get some feedback from them. Your vote is what will add a project or not. It's just by law that they need to see them. The other thing that we need to talk about will be the Myrtle Beach Downtown Alliance budget and the mid-assessment role that is a part of that. I believe Jason will come and talk to you about his budget, whether or not it stays the same, increases, and then council will give us some guidance in that area.
Are the ambassadors in his budget?
Yes, in the MBDA contract that we have, yes.
Okay.
And then the final thing that I had on my list was speed calming devices, and I think that's what the next presentation is.
Let me ask a couple of, is that are we moving to the market common subject, or are we still on the budget? Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you've got a budget item on traffic calming devices?
While he's walking up, Michelle, back to the health insurance, and last year, I think we had to supplement by $1 million or something like that. If you would ask, I guess we have a third-party administrator, to provide a snapshot for 25 and 24. Really, it's a one-pager that tells us how we've been and kind of what we spent on what, drugs, per claim per. It helps quantify or qualify if the plan seems to be doing what we want it to do. And again, if our TPA could provide that so we could just glance at it and try to adjust some of the things y'all have to navigate to. Because again, your health insurance did not include a premium increase this year or an expense increase, and one would think we would have one, but maybe not, so.
They do provide that, so we can get that to you. And I think that we likely are going to have an increase. They provided some preliminary numbers, but I looked it over and I'm just not really sure if it includes everything or that it's, I'm asking them to revisit and come back to us so that we can have a conversation on what that estimate is, but we do have what you're requesting.
Well, that's a major expense, and I think it would be helpful if we knew what went where.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
I've got a couple other questions, but go ahead.
I'll address mine in a second. I mean, as an order of magnitude, the traffic calming devices, the expense of that is not very significant. I mean, you're looking at $3,000 a set, regardless of what direction we go.
You're talking about the digital?
Digital, the driver feedback signs. I mean, those we can budget for roughly $8,000 to $10,000 per unit for those. It's a matter of getting some feedback from you on how many we want, where do we put them. So it's hard for us to do a budgetary impact until we know how many and where. But we can talk about that in
So,
more detail.
just real quick, some of those types of devices are fixed.
Correct.
You see it on 76th Avenue and 79th Avenue. Others are mobile. So are we talking about $8,000 to $10,000 for something that we could move to put it where we need it, when we need it? Or are we talking about fixed, or
Yes,
what are we talking? Yes,
all of the above.
all of the
Now,
above.
I mean, just to be,
That's fine.
just to be clear, even the fixed ones, we can pull up and move to another location. So I mean, they are permanent until they're not. And we can pick and choose and move those as we see fit. Generally, we will use a speed trailer, for the lack of a better term, for super temporary. But if we are trying to identify a certain area for a certain period of time, we can put up a post, and that's not a heavy lift for us.
Thank you.
Brian, does enforcement have an opinion on the efficacy of those devices? I slow down when I see them, but, you know,
They do. I think they would generally say that they work until they don't. When you first put it up and it flashes at you and it blinks at you, it gets your attention. Over a period of time, it just blends into the background and it becomes less effective. I think you could make an argument with that you move them around periodically just to keep it fresh. But I mean, it would be seen as generally a positive contribution.
Council, is there a number you want to throw out at $8,000 to $10,000 apiece?
I think it would be dependent on where we think we need them. So I hate to come up with a number, but I know there's
can think
folks in
of,
Old Pine Lakes that
I
want.
can think of 4 places right now that we would need them, and we would need 2 at each of the 4 areas. That would be 8 right there. So I would think 10 would be the number.
Couldn't say.
If we can fit it in the budget.
I would think it would be more than that, but again, let's start somewhere.
How about contemplating 10 a year, maybe?
I'd like a rec from the police enforcement
I would
folks.
too. I'd like a recommendation from public safety,
Yeah,
please.
I thought that's what I said.
Yeah.
Tourism revenues are down 3 to 6%, it looks like.
Yes.
I don't know that we can directly affect that, have a positive result, but I think we can indirectly affect that through some of the things that we do short-term, midterm, to bring back the atmosphere that our visitors and our residents expect. So I think we can have a positive effect on that, rather than just let that sit there. I think we can try, have the intention of having a positive effect on that. It will remain to be seen whether we can. You listed as a cost of living increase. I think historically, we've not used cost of living terms. We've used salary adjustment terms.
Market increase is what, the term that Mike Shelton always used to like to use. But it seems just more commonly understood as a COLA increase or cost of living.
Is there any discussion from council about 3% across the board is what you're recommending?
Yes.
Apparently not.
3% across the board
That's what she said.
for everyone,
Correct, except
including senior staff?
everyone except the manager and the attorney.
And the judges.
The judges, that's correct.
Because they're contract employees. We would have to make that decision
Those are
separately.
decided annually.
They don't get,
Food for thought.
One of the things that we are contemplating, though, is perhaps not starting that in July, but maybe in January, we'd cut the cost in half, about $1.5 million, would reduce the budget. So there's some talk about delaying that. We often did that in the past.
The 3% cost of living is right at $3 million additional.
Yes.
Okay. Holiday bonus, can you work up some different numbers on the holiday bonus for me?
Sure. What would you like? We've got some, so
Whatever we're spending, just, you know where I'm headed with that. Can you provide
it would be
some-
$1,412 per employee if we were to take what we spend on the holiday bonus and split it out evenly to everyone instead of the 2% that each individual employee now gets.
Say that number again.
$1,412.
$1,412 gross.
Michelle, does the state government still help us with our retirement contribution for all of our employees?
They do, they still provide that 1% at the level that it was received in the first year. And what was that, 300 and some thousand? Does that sound about right? $400,000 a year?
Is that a line item they have, or how do they appropriate that?
I don't know if they have a line item or not, but I have read their budget on occasion and seen where they choose to reinstate it annually
Okay.
in the budget summary.
That makes me nervous.
It does us too.
But just off the top of my head, I don't think there's any way we cannot look after our folks. You know, it's just that simple. We have to keep our heads above water. But bearing in mind, I think this is the toughest budget cycle I've ever been associated with. So we simply have to prioritize. We all know that. And there's some bright people up here, so we'll get it done.
Other comments, council? Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And if you
Michelle.
have anything else you want to add or have us look at, please let us know as soon as possible. The time goes by really quick.
In the budget retreat, it's just gonna be one day instead of two?
That is council's, up to council's direction.
No, the reason I asked, I mean, typically it's been 3 days, and now we're talking about cutting down to one day. How are you gonna do all this in one day?
It would have to be in a few one-day sessions.
Okay.
We've decided to do the budget retreat here in
Yeah.
town. Fox would prefer to do it in this room for security reasons. Some of the council members have commitments on the dates that we had talked about for doing 2 or 3 days. So we were left with like one day that everybody could attend.
I think-
So we're at one day for that purpose, which is the 19th. But I anticipate that we'll do other budget discussions too before we get to that stage.
I just want to make sure we don't get pressed for time and we try to play catch up and then
Not be
don't think about things clearly, I guess you would say. Or don't take time to,
I'm not sure I agree with one day here, one day there, one day here.
that's, yeah.
If we're gonna do a budget retreat, even if we're gonna do it locally, personally, I think we could, if we get started at 8 o'clock in the morning and we work till whenever that evening for 2 days, we can get the budget done.
Well, I would disagree with that. It simply wears a lot of people out to go that much, that far, that long. You lose focus, though I rarely disagree with my colleague.
It's quite all right.
A lot of the retreat has been presentations from staff on a variety of subjects. Some of those may be able to be condensed. You're not 100% sure at this point that you'll have a recommended budget by a balanced manager's recommended budget by the 19th?
I'm not sure. It depends on the property tax numbers and whether or not I can get more comfortable with those. I'm getting there, but I've got to get comfortable with those.
I think we're talking about budgety stuff sooner and in more detail than we have in recent years. Is that not a general impression? We're talking about budget now. And I don't know that we've done it much prior to the actual retreat stage of life.
True.
And there's been council input.
Yeah. If we need to do 2 days in March, we've got 2 days that we can do, but I think at least one person can't be there for one of those days. So I'm not opposed to doing 2 days if y'all want to do 2 days.
I know there's a conflict on the morning of the 20th.
I agree with both Mikes. I don't want to jam it into one day, so we don't make mistakes, so that we don't forget, so that we have time to consider what is being said to us. I think we can do it in 2 days. I would like to find those 2 days where we can all be together. And in Bill's mind, whether it's the middle of March or 10 days later, I don't see how that would make a huge difference, unless Michelle says it would. But I would like to find those 2 days. I just think that it's important to do, but the will of council will make the decision.
And you're talking about 2 days together versus 2 separate days. I just don't get the difference, but it makes no difference to me either way. Saying 2 full days,
Some of us that are a little bit older, we forget when
appreciate that.
I just don't want to not have the opportunity to hear from department heads as we are evaluating. We're not necessarily the experts in the room, and I think it's hard to make decisions without hearing from folks.
And we've also asked that the chairs of the various committees attend.
And Mayor, that's why, again, just remind me, and y'all, it might have been sent out somewhere, or might have been an email and I missed it, but, when we first talked about this, I know I had even brought up that the 18th I was gonna be out of town. And
Talked about
the 19th and the 20th was what we had, that's what I remember putting on my calendar. That's what I got on my calendar,
Me too.
19th and the
That was
20th.
it.
Everybody
Then I
be
heard
here
that
the
we-
19th and 20th?
Was there someone, I mean, was there something else
Something
going
else?
on that, on the 20th that somebody couldn't be there or
something in
something?
the court on the 20th.
We have the 19th. The 19th will be here. The challenge we had was there's, Dr. Salvini, who came here, is having his economic forum on the morning of the 20th up at Grand Marina, and a lot of people on the dais have committed to going to that. And that goes from 8 to noon.
Is that something different than what he's been sharing with us, or we can't ask him to
Could
come
we-
in? Because we didn't really.
We not
get
have his presentation in a regular first of the month workshop instead of,
No,
this
this
is
is a seminar
This
that
is,
he is holding
this is a
somewhere else.
community forum that he has up at the Marina Inn,
yeah.
and a lot of folks have signed up for that.
I would think this would take precedent, though. This is, I mean, it's a wonderful forum. I attend it every year, but this, our budget, if it accommodates more of us to do the 2-day, Thursday, Friday, I'm sure.
Just
I'm
check
good with
the-
that.
Check the availability of the courtroom then at that point on
Okay.
Friday.
So Friday shouldn't be a problem, I don't think, in the courtroom. And, oh, is it jury trials?
I don't know. It was earlier, so I'm not sure what he's got going on. I have to
Yeah,
check with
maybe
Judge
jury
O.
trials that week.
I'll go ask Amy right now.
Okay. I have no problem doing 2 days. I thought,
We
due to restrictions, that we were down to 1. So, okay,
We could
that's
do
fine.
it at community. we
And
could
it would
do
be
at
most
conventions.
helpful to make the most productive
Don't
use
have
of
to
that
do it in
time.
here.
If there are particular things that you as council want to see, I mean, we put together presentations based on what we know, the questions you've asked, and the important things that we know we need to get in front of you. But if there's anything else in particular that you want more discussion on throughout this process, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Market common traffic update?
We're good for Friday.
Friday's good.
Okay, so then we'll do the 19th and 20th.
Speak of the judge, he appears. All right, let's revisit our Market Common Faro Parkway conversation. Just as an update, again, looking for some direction from you all, but before we get there, just sort of a recap of where we've been, what we've been able to do over the last couple of years. We've gone through, again, over the last couple of years, and tried to zone in on some safety issues. Again, you know, some of the battle we're trying to fight is distracted driving, even distracted walking, distracted biking. And so that has a certain safety component to it that we are conscious of. We're going to talk some today about some of the results from the speed studies and some of the enforcement results. So we'll talk about that here in just a bit. Some of the intersection improvements. We have adjusted the signal timing along Faro Parkway now to what we refer to as free. Basically, when a car pulls up on a secondary road, it triggers the stoplight. Stoplight then begins the process of changing versus a more long, drawn-out process. That in and of itself should bring the speed down along Faro just because folks have to stop more frequently. Audible pedestrian signals, we've been working to add those where we can. We've added some of the overhead signage for yield to pedestrians again to try to get folks' attention, again, whether that's a driver or a pedestrian. We have removed one unsignalized crosswalk. We will talk more about some additional unsignalized traffic or crosswalks as we get through the presentation. Sidewalk maintenance and grinding, if you've been through the Market Common here recently, we have been grinding and we have been replacing panels for tree replacement, and obviously that's more geared toward pedestrian safety. And then we're going to talk about road surfacing and pavement markings as we get through the presentation. Traffic enforcement, let me hit on that real quick. I will point out, I'm going to show you some numbers over the last several months. We have had to employ some overtime to get the traffic enforcement staffing level that we need there. As we get into the busy season, it's harder and harder to divert resources and allocate resources to traffic in Market Common versus the rest of the city as the tourist season. So just be mindful of that. These are traffic stops in November. I think all of you have a copy of the presentation, but roughly 200 stops in November. If you're looking at left-hand column, the very top one is 27 stops for speeding more than 10, less than 15, and below that is 17 stops for more than 15 but less than 25. And just to point that out, the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see the top 5 charges in November. And again, you see those broken out. Less than 10, over 10, but less than 15, over 15, but less than 25. And then there's some other miscellaneous infractions there. Same format for December. And we had roughly 140 stops in December. Again, somewhat similar breakout. If you'll see, again, the most frequent stop was for speeding more than 10 miles an hour, but less than 15 miles an hour, but more than 15 actually drops to third in December. Then you switch over to January when we really sort of ramped up our efforts. Had 350 stops in January. I'm going to talk a little bit about a traffic safety point and some more updated data. Again, you'll see the top 5 infractions are pretty much similar and proportional as you go through those 3 months. This is all of the traffic stops between November and the end of January. I'm not digging into all of this in great detail in the next couple of slides, not necessarily in great detail. I just want to give you all a sense of the data that we have collected and looked at over a pretty good period of time, and we will talk more about that when we get to potential next steps. But again, from November 1 through the end of January, roughly 700 stops. 100 of those have been in that less than 10, but more than 10, but less than 15 category. All of my law enforcement folks behind me have been given full permission to throw something at me if I misspeak or don't cover something. And they, I'm sure, are looking for the opportunity to do that.
They have their guns out.
Well, I didn't ask for the guns, but, well, they can throw them at me, just don't use them. Actually, I'm not sure how many of them could hit me with their guns from here if they threw it. But I'm not going to test that either. And again, that's just a map of the citations. You'll see from there, it's fairly well spread out over Faro along Coventry. Some of those bleed out into the bypass and Fred Nash, and then all the way to Kings Highway. So I would like to believe that we've had really good coverage. And again, this is from July the 1st all the way through the end of January. So we have tried to cover that area really well over the last several months. Again, we understand the community's frustration over the perceived speeding issue, and I will probably get in trouble, but I will continue to call it for now a perceived speeding issue, and we'll get to that here in a little bit more. Here's just a map of the collisions, again, from November of 25 until January of 26, and you will see the large majority of those are no injury motor vehicle accidents. So generally, again, words are hard, generally, those are minimal fender benders that don't result in, obviously, injury. Faro, the data collection of accidents along Faro Parkway, you'll see the numbers from 24 to 25 look fairly similar. DUI collisions, fairly similar. Again, fatal collisions, also fairly similar. I will note the 2 and 25 were both motorcycle accidents, and they were speeding. That wasn't perceived speeding, they were speeding, and that was a very high rate of speed from what I remember. And feel free to jump in and ask any questions if you have them. I do have a quick video. I think Patrick is going to play you a quick video on speed limits, and then we will jump into the rest of the presentation, if it works. While he,
Some people in South Carolina wonder how speed limits are determined. District Traffic Engineer Lori Campbell is here to explain. So Lori, who sets speed limits and how are they decided?
So speed limits for existing roads are usually set by traffic engineers at the district traffic offices across the state. Normally what we look at is we conduct a speed study, determine the speeds that vehicles are already traveling on the roadway, and the goal is to set the speed limit as close as possible to the 85th percentile speed. The 85th percentile speed is the speed that 85% of the vehicles are traveling at or below, and that ensures that vehicles will be compliant with the speed we post, and also that's the speed you can reasonably expect people to travel.
So Lori, if a speed limit is not posted, what is the driver expected to do?
So roadways that aren't posted tend to be in residential areas like neighborhood streets or some rural roads. In the residential areas, South Carolina law by statute has determined that those speed limits will default to 30 unless otherwise posted. So this road is posted 55 miles an hour. If it were not posted on a similar roadway in a rural area, the speed limit would still be 55 based on South Carolina state law. So if you were traveling in an area with an unposted speed limit, you could still be pulled over and given a traffic ticket for traveling over 55 miles an hour.
Thank you, Lori, for joining us for Ask SCDOT. And as you travel on South Carolina's roadways, observe the speed limit and avoid a ticket. Lauren Roundtree, SCDOT.
Again, the video points out the reliance on the I wouldn't even call it a rule of thumb, but the 85th percentile measurement. We'll come back to that in a second. One more enforcement piece, or two more enforcement pieces before I forget. The police department did conduct a traffic safety point on February the 20th. We had roughly 1,100 vehicles go through that checkpoint. It was between, it was on Faro Parkway around Forbes Court from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. We had 11 of our officers manning that checkpoint. We had roughly 1,100 vehicles go through the checkpoint, both eastbound and westbound, 17 citations, 15 warnings, and one arrest. I believe he may have been the second or third person in line at 6 o'clock, so he did not have a good day, but that we had one arrest. From February the 20th through the 28th, we had directed patrols also in that same area. We had 18 officers spread out over that 9-day period. We were running 8-hour shifts. We had 144 hours of enforcement with 234 traffic stops, 190 citations, 85 warnings, and one additional arrest for driving under suspension. So just to give you a little bit of insight of the additional enforcement that we've been focused on, primarily along Faro Parkway, but in that general market common district. Jen passed down Resolution 2019-3, where we all as a body adopted certain criteria for identification of speeding issues and traffic calming issues. You can look through that at your leisure, but there is a heavy reliance in that in that resolution acknowledging that the 85th percentile rule is what we have used to, primarily used to set speed limits. And so, again, we can talk through that particular resolution. So I would just say, well, let me get through the speed. Let me get through the speed data, and then we will come back to that. We have a number of devices that we have been able to deploy. Some of them are permanent, where we're constantly collecting data. Some of them are temporary, and we use as we need to. As someone identifies a speeding issue, we can deploy different types of technology. Just to point out, as we get into the next series of slides, we're gathering data from different pieces of technology over different periods of time, and we've tried to compile all of that data for you. And so, this slide, you'll see 85% of the $4.8 million vehicles that we counted going through this Faro Parkway over 11 months is running at roughly 38.5 miles an hour. That's across each individual spot, all of Faro Parkway. So this is all of the cars combined are traveling at, again, the 85th percentile. So 85% of the people are driving 38.5 miles an hour or less as they go through that Faro corridor. And again, that's 11 months. The graph and the chart over to your right gives you a little bit more of a detailed analysis of the individual spots. I'll give you just a quick snapshot, and I'll come back to this. These points are where these devices either are or have been deployed over this period of time, and so you'll see that we have tried to cover the entire length of Faro, all the way from the Fred Nash intersection in front of the Reserve neighborhood, and then primarily focusing on the business district, which I think is the primary point of concern for speeding observations. If you'll look at that, you'll see in the graph or the chart you have there, 85th percentile at Faro and Fred Nash is roughly 42 miles an hour. Faro at Orchard, again, is at 85th percentile, 42 to 43 miles an hour. Faro at Phyllis, you begin to see these slow down to 39 to 42. Faro at Nevers, 33. Faro at Iris, 33 to 37. Again, Faro at Iris, just eastbound using a traffic analysis or traffic analyzer, 36 to 38, which is still consistent with the one above. And then again, Faro at Victory westbound, coming into the Market Common at 38 to 39 miles an hour. So again, using that rule of the 85th percentile, you would be looking at speed limits anywhere from 40, basically between 35 and 40 throughout the entire length of Faro Parkway. Again, that's based on the resolution 2019-03. And so if we want to deviate from that, we certainly can. You all have the prerogative to do that. We would just need additional direction from you all to do it. Again, just, let me go back. Yep. So again, this is the 85th percentile speed through that area. This is the actual average speed through that area, and you'll see the average speed actually drops down quite significantly in that corridor. Let me take a breath for questions. I've been rattling through this pretty quick. I could see you formulating a question.
That there were 2 fatalities on Faro last year doesn't speak well. I agree with the presentation in the video about the use of the 85th percentile. It is used to set the speed limit. I don't know that you can argue the other way around, that if it's above the 85th percentile, that it's not speeding. I don't think that works at the end of the day, and I think if you do the research online or wherever you want to do it, they will agree with me that that's not an acceptable use of the 85th percentile. That 42 miles per hour seems to be the speed. It would indicate that there's speeding. When you look at that graph, it would, if 85% of them are driving 42.6 miles an hour, That's a lot over the speed limit. On the list of citations written, the 10 to 15 miles per hour over the speed limit was the most, but just at 10 miles per hour over a 35 mile per hour speed limit, that's 28% higher than the speed limit. At 15 plus miles per hour, starting at 15 over 35, that's 43% above the actual speed limit for the road. I mean, I would look at these numbers and say, we've got people who are speeding on Faro, and I fully understand that if you use the 85th percentile correctly, it would suggest that you need to raise the speed limit. That's the use of that 85th percentile, not that people are speeding, but that the speed limit is not set correctly necessarily for the road in question. Granted, there are other factors involved in that, but that's what the DOT said in their presentation, that that's how speed limits are set, not a determination of whether speeding is occurring.
Okay, I think I followed most of that. Agreed. I go to this slide because I agree with you that there is speeding. I think the idea behind how roads are designed and how speeds are set, again, going back to the original speed limits along Faro Parkway were in some places 45. We weren't comfortable with that as a community, so they've been lowered. But the road design is built to accommodate a 45-mile-an-hour vehicle. That means a lot of folks, most folks, at least 85% of the folks, are comfortable driving Faro at 45.
And the point is that the road's designed for that, and I don't disagree, west of the Market Common, it was 45 to start with, but that doesn't take into account the accessory uses that exist on the sides of those roads.
And agreed. But again, we are faced with the challenge of determining what is the appropriate speed limit along Faro now. Based on the data we have, based on what we've collected, we believe further speed reduction below 35 or even 30 is not recommended. Obviously, you all can do whatever you so choose, and we can drop it to 25, just like we did in 2014 when we went from 45 to 35, and again, when we did last year, we went from 35 to 30. We can continue to reduce the speed limit. We will just need direction from council to do that, because as far as public safety is concerned, public works is concerned, any other city departments that interact in this conversation, we are adhering to the ordinance or the resolution 2019-3 that sets our policy for how we determine the appropriate speed on various city roads.
Question for you.
Yes, sir.
Going back to the resolution of 2019, what would you say the population increase and the
it's
activity
significant.
increase has been from 2019 to 2026?
A lot. I can't give you a total, but it's significant, for sure.
And I'm gonna go back to the statement I made a couple weeks ago. When this road was created and all of this was done, we had actually, during this time, all we had out there at that time was the Grand Park.
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
I'm sorry. During that time, and all we had out there was the road and the Grand Park. The infrastructure was just being started on the Market Common. And, I mean, so it was further back than I go back to 2020, my bad. But if you look at what's taking place from Highway 17 to 17 bypass, you have a significant increase in what's taking place, not just in the Market Common area with the Grand Park, but you have a significant increase of activity from Business 17 coming into the Market Common with the increased activity at our Warburg Park, the activity across the road. You go past the Grand Park and all of that. Now we've got more business, commercial properties along Farrell Parkway, plus the amount of residential properties and neighborhoods that have been created from there out to the Walmart, I'll just say the Walmart traffic light. So to say that this works today versus this worked from then to versus today, this doesn't work. Because this works on roads that, and even in the videos, some of those roads are rural roads. And so I understand what this says, but this doesn't show what Market Common is, the Market Common district is today versus it was what in 2019. Would anybody disagree with that? So I'll just say this. I'm one vote, and I've always believed in that, and I'll continue to believe in that. But I've always believed in people are creatures of habit, and people who drive vehicles always like, and I won't say 100%, but a vast majority will always want to stretch beyond the speed limit, minimum of 5 miles an hour. I asked this council to consider a speed limit of 25 miles an hour from Business 17 to bypass 17. I would, and I talked to Ms. Connor about this, I don't think I got very far with her on this. But I would offer a compromise in that we reduce the speed limit, the length of Market Common to 30 miles an hour. If I could get folks to go along, and if you don't think you can go that route, hey, I'm all good. It's just an offer.
I'd like to hear everything, but let me ask another question, Brian, and you may not have the information of all of the speeding violations that were written over all the periods of time. Do we have any idea what percentage of those who were stopped actually reside in the Market Common area, not just the district, but the area?
We do. I think Captain Myrtle looked at that information at one point. I don't know if he has it with him. We have looked at it. It was not as overwhelming as you probably think it is. Farrow Parkway is a connector road between the bypass and Kings Highway, so there is a lot of additional traffic that comes through that corridor that is not traditional residential neighborhood. I think you could go back to the inception of the Market Common, and Farrow was considered to be a connector between the bypass. I mean, it is working as designed.
I think at one point, it was maybe 2 years ago, they had me look at, and we wrote a total of 900 some odd tickets in Market Common over the course of one calendar year. And I had gone through individually to look at each of the violators. And out of the 900, there's like 110 that were actually registered Market Common residents. So bear in mind, a lot of you know that a lot of people have secondary residences out there, so there may be those in the mix also. What's that, Fox, 10%, 9%?
Well, I think that, and thank you. But that plays in to Mr. Louder's point between when this resolution was adopted, based on the criteria then versus where we are now, the increase of population in our area, not just in the Market Common. So apparently we've got a majority of people who use it as a cut-through for whatever reason. That's not going to diminish. It's only going to increase. And so I do want to hear all the arguments, but I would lean towards reducing the speed on Farrow Parkway from front gate to back gate. Whether it's 25 miles an hour, 35 or 30 miles an hour, doesn't make any difference to me. But and we've talked about this before, there also needs to be an educational component to this, and not just for the people that live there, but for the people that use the area. Now, how you implement that and deliver it, it may be one of those seemed like a good idea at the time, but I think there's an educational component as well.
And we are collectively okay with whatever direction you all advise us to go. We bring up the resolution from 2019. That's a citywide resolution, so that's a traffic setting policy for staff across the city.
Understood.
So we have really two conversations.
We have a standard.
We have a that is the standard. That is how we have been advised to function. So we really have two conversations. There's the Faro Parkway specific conversation, and we will follow council's direction on that. We may want to revisit. The other point is we may want to revisit the 2019 policy and amend that, Councilman Louder, to your point. And so there's two separate conversations here, could be two separate conversations here. One is specific to Faro Parkway. One is the possibility of revisiting the resolution to really make sure that it still reflects what you all want to see.
I know that personally I've had a lot of people reaching out to me that live in the Market Common area that do not support changing the speed limit there. Especially as you're going out. So there's, a lot of different opinions there, I think, and maybe some opinions are louder than others, and that's, but I think that as we look at this policy, I mean, there's a group in the Old Pine Lakes area, there are folks concerned with Marina Parkway, there are a lot of places within the city. I know sometimes I'm driving down Kings Highway and somebody passes me going really fast, maybe in the 70 to 80 mile an hour range, right, on Kings Highway. But as we look at, I think we have to take this into consideration with across the board in what we're doing. Because everybody, with streets in our area, everybody wants to feel safe. So.
And to your point, there are as many opinions as there are people.
Yeah, for sure.
And for staff, we need clear direction and a clear policy on how you all want us to proceed, because we at a staff level, we struggle to know which constituent group rules the day, and again, having the data to fall back on in a certain agreed upon standard and policy is the best path forward for a citywide policy. Obviously, you all have the discretion to do whatever you so choose in a specific area or across the city for that matter. So again, we need direction from you all. I will get to this slide very quickly. These are potential next steps if you so choose. We do continue to struggle with unsignalized pedestrian crosswalks. By their sheer existence, that creates a potential safety issue. Specifically at Iris, that particular intersection, you've got a crosswalk either going into or immediately coming out of a pretty large turn. I myself have almost been hit there, and I myself have almost hit someone there. So I recognize an unsignalized pedestrian crosswalk is a potential issue. So that would be one of the opportunities we can look at specifically on Faro is we really have a handful of unsignalized crosswalks that we could revisit. So that's number one. Number two, pavement markings. I brought some show and tell today. I think staff, I give Curtis and his traffic team a lot of credit for trying to figure out how to thread the needle between creating some pavement markings that create enough of a change in texture to get your attention without rattling your teeth or your suspension. And we have done the best we can to strike that balance. And we have enough material on hand to put down essentially two pilot strips. We would do one eastbound, one westbound. Our proposal would be to do that where the speed limit shifts currently from 35 to 30. So that would put one set on the beach side of Myers, and that would put one set on the Market Common side of Victory, coming westbound. That would be staff's recommendations. Again, we have the material in hand at this point, and we can deploy that as soon as you give us a thumbs up. Weather dependent. Curtis always makes me say weather dependent. But we are ready to do that if advised. And the last thing, I think, Councilman McClure, you had asked last time if we had multiple proposals for the traffic study. So we've gotten 2 additional proposals. We've got those listed for you there. Stantec is still the most cost-effective at $162,000. Thomas and Hutton was $191,600. And then Weston and Sampson were $205,000. So obviously, same scope of work, apples to apples.
Thank you for doing that.
Happy to do it. Actually, Janet was happy to do that. I didn't do anything but ask Janet to do it.
So currently, all of Fair Parkway is either 30 or 35,
Yes.
correct? Okay. I mean, I'm just not willing, I know I spoke differently at our last meeting, that I was thinking about potentially dropping it also and going consistently. But after going through there several times, realizing I don't think that would be the right thing to do. I think keeping the speed limit like it is right now, and then just using some other alternatives like you have listed here myself. We've got to move traffic through there. It's what it's there for, and there's a lot of traffic that goes through there. So I think any lower would just be compounding problems myself. That's my thought.
I would follow Mr. Louder's lead on this, and to drop it, my only question would be, if we employ that lowering mechanism, do we have the manpower to execute long-term with regard to enforcement? Because without enforcement, there's an old saying that I won't repeat.
It is a challenge now. It would be a greater challenge as we get into the busier tourism season. We are dedicating traffic enforcement officers to Farrah Parkway that would otherwise be assigned somewhere else in the city. And so as I said earlier, everything's a push and pull. Every decision has a different set of consequences. So, I mean, we would, fortunately for us and unfortunately for you all, you are the policy-making body and we follow your lead. So we will do whatever you instruct us to do, and we will do it happily, and we will do it with great attitudes, and we are here to serve.
30 miles an hour.
I can't thank you enough for all of the information. I know a lot of people worked on this.
Yeah.
And as we talk about trying to make informed decisions, like this is very, very helpful.
We have an amazing staff. Our police department has contributed a considerable amount of time to this. Our public works staff has contributed a considerable amount of time to this. That's a lot of C's in that sentence, but I think I got them all out. We've got a great team of people, and we all aim to please and aim to serve.
The 2019 resolution didn't contemplate a road like Farrah Parkway, I don't think. It limited it to a road with a posted speed limit of 25 miles per hour or less. And there may be a need for traffic calming on a road where the speed limit is greater than 25 miles per hour. And this just didn't contemplate that at all. So I think we do need to revisit that at the end of the day. I don't know that this was suggested, and my memory may not be there, when the neighborhood met a year and several months ago. I don't know that this was suggested to them as an option, or that we followed up with them and offered this as an option.
Candidly, I didn't know that resolution
Oh, I knew it
resolution
existed.
until we got into this conversation, and actually back to Kelly's question earlier, we continue to ask why, how did we get here, why are we here, and what is our standard, what is our policy in setting speed limits, and we continue to come back to this resolution.
Okay. And again, it doesn't contemplate a road like Farrow Parkway or any road where the speed limit is greater than 25 miles per hour, and I think that's a flaw in that process.
And
Because there may be a
again, I
road,
say can be revisited.
yeah, with 50 miles per hour that you want to slow down a little bit.
Mayor, though we don't vote in workshop, of course, but is there a sentiment?
Well,
Have they gleaned a sentiment as to where?
Let me sum up, if I may. We have speeding under the current speed limits. 2 fatalities is too many at the end of the day. We have residents who are not happy with the current speed limit, at least on a part of Farrow Parkway. The road was designed for a higher speed limit than what is currently posted there, although the road design doesn't take into account all of the things that are next to that road. The road could be designed for interstate standard, but if you've got residential and business access and curb cuts and neighborhood access there, you couldn't drive 55, 60, 70 miles an hour on such a road, even if it were designed for that purpose. We have speeding at 35. If you lower the speed limit to 30, I think you're going to have more speeding and not less, absent a tremendous amount of enforcement effort by the police department. My inclination, and I don't know that I've got a really sound sense here, would be to leave it at 35 on the ends, see if we can actually achieve 30 in the heart of the Market Common, where on a busy Saturday or Sunday when there are activities, or if you're just trying to cross the road to get to Grand Park, and a car going by at 50 or 55 miles an hour in a 30 mile per hour zone is a problem. Let's see if we can achieve the speed limit that is posted in those several locations before we go lowering it road-wise, because I'm afraid the feedback from the public is going to be highly negative if we drop it even to 30 probably along the length of Farrow. And we may be changing it at some point. But that's my thought.
I hear what you're saying, but, you know, how long is the test? In other words, you want to achieve a certain speed limit. Okay, so when do we start, and at what point in time do we make the call that we did it or we need to do something else?
I think I would argue that we're not succeeding right now. But does reducing the speed limit increase the likelihood of succeeding, or does it compound things, complicate things? The neighborhood immediately adjacent to this downtown area would like for it to be 25. My thought process is, let's achieve 30 first, rather than have the occasional car doing 15 miles per hour over that, or 20 miles per hour over that, or a motorcycle speeding to the point of crashing and dying.
Again, my point is, let's achieve 30 miles an hour first. Okay, fine. At what point in time do we make the call? I mean, we can try to achieve it for the next 15 years and maybe not implement it. So there has to be a start and I don't want to call it a finish point, but a pause to where we can make, as Dr. Kiner said about this presentation, an informed decision. Because at the end of the day, right now what we're talking about is making decisions based on other people's observations and emotions. So you want to put something in place that says, can we try and achieve this? Okay, fine. But it should not go on forever and ever and ever. There needs to be a start and a stop point.
I appreciate that, Bill, but I think that we've literally brought this to staff in January. So it's been about a month and a half. They had to gear up to start implementing some calming things. So you're probably about 3 weeks in.
This actually came up a year ago, last January, not this
but-
January.
You know, just this new iteration. So I think, and it looks like we've got more things coming.
We can provide an update in 6 months.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. That's, maybe you misunderstood what I was saying.
Okay.
Or 4 months, or, I mean, we have the data out there. We have the data collection mechanisms out there now.
Fox, all I want to do is say, okay, if we're going to go in this direction, let's not keep doing it until Hades freezes over. Let's have, what would be reasonable time to say, can we achieve this? If it's 6 months, that's fine.
Well, I don't know if we can achieve it. We can come back and report to you where we're at.
Fox, if
Have we achieved it?
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to be intentional. I think we need to intend to achieve it at some point along the way.
Can I ask a skip ahead question, then we can come back to this one, because it may inform this one. We've got 3 quotes on the traffic study. The traffic study is, Janet?
9 months.
8 weeks? You remember? The idea would be, if you are comfortable, if you want us to proceed with the traffic study, by the time the traffic study is done, we will have been able to do some other things.
And what are we asking of the traffic study? What are they tasked with determining?
It's a whole.
That's comprehensive.
It is a comprehensive traffic study of all of Market Common. It will identify speeding issues, road design issues. It will look at
Crosswalks.
pedestrian, bicycle, potential conflicts, near misses, crosswalks. It is a comprehensive of all of Market Common.
And at the end of the day, it may recommend increasing speed limits on certain roads.
We will continue to say this in full transparency. Be careful what you ask for. Once we have professional recommendations from a professional traffic engineer, we have a certain responsibility to pay that very, 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 very close attention.
Well, professional company needs to do this during what we'll call peak time or peak season. You know, if you do it in the dead of winter, I don't think it's going to be.
Well, that's the beauty of the scope traffic engineers can explain this better than I can, but they are constantly capturing traffic counts. They are comfortable with their model that they can project a July traffic level from a January count just through extrapolation. But as an extra step in this scope, we've asked them to come back in during the busy season and spot check their assumptions. So we will be capturing data twice. Once in, depending on when we start, February, well, we're in March now, great day. In March and April, and they will come back in during July and August and spot check the data to make sure that their model is correct. So yes, we will make sure that we're accounting for the 2 different seasons.
And so that would be done with, assuming we go low bidder, at the $162,000, no change orders.
Yeah, so the $162,000 contemplates essentially 3 things. The traffic study itself, they would come back and spot check, and I'm doing this from memory, so they'll come back and spot check the data. They will also go ahead and analyze the implications that full build-out of Saybrook will have along Coventry and then through Faro. So we've asked them to go ahead and capture and extrapolate the traffic impact once Saybrook is built out. I know that's been a serious point of concern also.
And what is the spot check? Is it 2 hours, 3
No,
days?
they would come back out and recollect the data.
I think we're in agreement that it's time to do a traffic study. Anybody opposed to a traffic study? Heard silence.
Yeah, I heard size too.
As somebody who, lives out there and travels there, there are different times of day when traffic peaks. Mornings going to HGTC, afternoons or early afternoons when HGTC classes get out. Work, headed home, going to work in the morning.
So Stantec is able to use video to capture, I mean, so they'll have video cameras plastered, and they'll be collecting that data throughout the various days of the week and the various times of the day, so that they can tell us, this is the heaviest time on the heaviest day. That's been accounted for. I mean, again, Stantec is probably the industry leader in traffic engineering. I think that's a fair statement.
And again, this is for the entire Market Common area.
Yes.
So that would pick up Coventry as an example.
Bypass to Kings.
All right, so let's see if I can get a summary agreement here. Let's do the traffic study. Let's say 5 or 6 months of intentional enforcement and additional traffic calming tests to see if we can achieve a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit in the core and maintain a 35-mile-per-hour speed limit on the fringes. 5 months, 6 months, what is March, April, May, June, July, August, September, end of September, would that be sufficient to say we failed or we succeeded?
Let me check my computer.
And,
Yep, that works.
and to review the
The traffic study.
results of the traffic
So,
study.
Does
Yeah.
that work for everybody?
Sure. And Brian, what we expect is data that's completely fresh, clean, not influenced by anybody, just a straight deal.
Just the
And
facts.
they'll fall where they may.
Just the facts, yes, sir. Is part of this recommendation also to go ahead and deploy the traffic calming devices, whatever we want to call those bumpy strips?
As a test, I would say yes, because the residents have requested it, although there is not unanimity among the residents that this is a good idea. But in terms of being able to actually achieve a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit, I think we have to do something a little different.
Again, we will deploy the pilot. We will reevaluate, and we will feedback once we've been able to do that.
And I think it's important for council to know, in 2025, we had 9 fatalities within the city limits in traffic accidents. 9. We should be cognizant of that.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to walk away.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, Brian. Just kidding, just kidding.
We have had a request for a couple of executive session items. Are there any other ones that need to be added? No? Okay.
sir.
Council, you want to comment on anything here before we call it a morning?
I don't have a comment. I do have a question for the police department. Someone asked me the other day, why do we have so many different unmarked vehicles?
So we can catch speeders.
Yeah, for traffic enforcement, I suspect.
I mean, there seems to be like 12 different ones or 10 or something like that.
So they don't all look the same.
Yeah, but there's not enough marked vehicles.
They're going to catch you, Miss Hatley.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Councilman Louder actually answered that probably pretty accurate. Well, obviously, some strategy goes into it. We obviously don't want them to look exactly the same. We've discussed a few of our areas where we have stepped up enforcement, and so we kind of want those to blend in as much as possible. It also comes down to availability in the market when we're purchasing fleet vehicles as well. So
I think their concern was they didn't see enough marked ones on the road.
Okay.
So they didn't know that there was a lot more unmarked ones. So, you know.
yeah, the only our primary fleet are marked patrol vehicles from anywhere from every uniformed patrol officer would have a fully marked or outfitted patrol vehicle. Our only unmarked would be traffic enforcement, obviously, and administrative packages, or which also lends to a little bit of cost efficiency and effectiveness in that manner. So,
Thank you.
not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Louder. Both of y'all, thank you.
We have the request for 2 executive sessions, right?
That's correct.
So
Hang
who's
on.
going to participate?
Hang on 1 second. Let's see if there's anything else that we
Yeah,
need to
but-
talk about. Go ahead.
But before we get there,
Yeah.
the only, Mayor, I made 2 notes about, last week, I think it was last week, we went to the League of Cities, was it? Last week?
Yes.
Week before last?
2 weeks ago, I think.
2 weeks ago. Anyway, I think it would be good if we can get someone from solid waste to make that presentation to council what is doing the workshop. Because, I mean, they're talking about some serious stuff that the county's gonna have to deal with solid waste and stuff, so I would love to see that.
Agreed. I believe there's a resolution that'll come before
Yeah.
us in the next meeting, perhaps.
Well, they
But
asked
let's see
about,
if we can get Danny Knight or somebody in to talk
There's no
about.
time frame on that resolution, so I'd think you'd want to have Ed Marr or Danny here before and have that, and then we
Okay.
can follow up with a resolution after that.
See if we can schedule Danny or Ed to come talk then, yes.
and the other thing I wanted to ask about again is, when are we, or have you thought about beginning our meetings back with the county to talk about some of the bigger issues that we're
I can
been,
follow up with Barry Spivey on that.
okay.
Yeah, we will. We've not done that yet, but we need to do that. So, several of us attended the Family Kingdom announcement of a new roller coaster last week, which was exciting. It is an inverted monorail roller coaster, 100 feet high, that reaches speeds of 52 miles per hour. Has 3 inversions in it. They hope to have it open middle part of the summer. A couple of us attended the Black History Month celebration at Mary C. Caney Recreation Center, which was also the 20th anniversary of the historic Myrtle Beach Colored School Museum and Education Center. So a shout out to Neighborhood Services and the crowd from Mary C. Caney for putting that on.
And that was a wonderful event.
was a
and
nice
I
event.
encourage everybody next year, try to be there, especially council. We had a nice table reserved for us, and we didn't have many of us, although I understand that people had other plans, but I would say plan for that next year. It is just a wonderful event.
As noted, a couple of us are talking with the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow about tourism development fee things. Don't know where that conversation will go, but it's time for that conversation. The reopening of Savannah's Playground is tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock after a major upgrade. So we'll do a re-ribbon cutting, which I think is like 10 years. I think it opened in 2016
10 or
originally.
11.
11 years?
10 or 11, yeah.
I think 2016 is when that happened. At some point, you'll bring the Pedal Pub back for us to make a decision on.
That's for the franchise. I think they're looking at a special event, sort of what they did the last time to get through. Because I think the franchise is going to be a little bit more complicated and more time consuming. So I think they're working on a special event permit to kind of just get through the next few months.
Okay. Parking meters have gone back into play as of Sunday.
Sunday.
I would request that, and I didn't worry about this because it was such a limited period of time, but for the off-season free parking, I would request we make that citywide and not limit it to the fringes where there isn't the parking demand, and just make it free off-season citywide.
Okay.
Yeah, but there was no rush because there was such a limited period of time involved. But for the next time around, because right now it's free where the demand is the greatest, and it's not free where there's not as much demand, which doesn't make sense to me at the end of the day. So, all right, we've had a request for 2 executive sessions. One of them is a briefing from the city attorney on our form of government. And then the other is a discussion of the evaluation process for the city manager and the city attorney. Who would you like to bring into the first one?
And the first one, whichever you want to do first, doesn't make any difference to me. If it's, I would say we do our, talk about our evaluation for our city manager and our attorney, and that will be just city council. On the second one, for our form of government, I would invite our 2 attorneys to be in the meeting at that time.
And anybody else?
Nobody.
Oh, just council and the 2 attorneys?
Council and the 2 attorneys.
Okay.
Well, shouldn't we just go with the second one first then, so these folks can get back to work?
That'll be fine. Yeah. We can do that. We can do
All right, so
reverse it.
do we have a motion to go into executive session with the 2 city attorneys for a review of our form of government? The second item would be a motion, would be an executive session just among council to discuss the evaluation process for the city manager and the city attorney. Is there a motion?
Second.
Mike and Debbie, I think.
Debbie.
All those in favor of going into executive session for the two stated reasons, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break. Are we doing it in here, or are we doing it in there?
Let's meet back there.
We'll do it back there.
And we really should proceed right to the executive session if you want to know the truth.
I agree, but we also have to let the